All right, hello everybody. Welcome to session 3. I can see tons of people have showed up today. Right?
Woo.
Right, Nick?
Yeah.
Right?
Woo.
Joss, did you show up?
I'm in there right now.
Have a little hellos. Brad, hello.
Hi there.
Mr. Slaw, aka Amanda, you there?
Here.
And Ethan. We're doing a little roll call here.
All he didn't know is that he's not there anymore.
Well, we know he was having trouble with his mic earlier, so hopefully it seemed like he had all sorted out. Hopefully we're good. But so we're gonna proceed as if everything is working just fine. But yeah, we're in session 3 of Lost Mine of Phandelver, and why don't we have? I think Nick has once again graciously volunteered to give a little recap of what happened last time. Nick, you can go ahead.
Sure. I think I was volunteered this particular time, but so last session we were going to go into the little cave area there. I think it's Cragmaw Cavern or whatever, and everything was going great until Joss got knocked out by water, so we had to wait for Joss to wake up. And then we decided to go back in. We found some goblins. We killed some goblins, but then Yemik came out and was like, "Hey, we're still going to, pillage the road and stuff, but if you could go kill this bugbear for us, I'd be appreciative." And we were like, "Okay, I guess we'll go kill the bugbear." And the bugbear beat the crap out of us, but still managed to die. So technically we won. And then we, with 2 unconscious party members in tow, we left, and then headed to town. Was it Phandelver?
Phandelver.
And we got shut down by some guards who aren't guards, but still want protection.
Debatable.
And then we went to the tavern while Samir went to go talk to his contact in Phandelver.
He did not like me.
She was cautious.
I think I went with Samir too.
He did go with me, yeah.
I think
we learned nothing.
I think Iris went along too, just to be there.
I think I'm the only one that went to scare rooms.
There was like 3 of you there just for like whatever. Like, sure, I'll go too. I'm trying to remember, what was that? What was her name, Brad?
Sister Gorali.
Sister Gorali. Okay. So now we explained Ethan's character, Tarek, not being here last time as like, oh, he was watching the wagon, or he had to, whatever. Just so we wouldn't have some sort of NPC version of him running around, maybe getting killed, as our combats have been a little bit perilous to begin with. So yeah, but anyways, he's back in town, so we're gonna work him back in pretty quickly. Right now, we just got to the inn. Let's check in on Ethan. Ethan, we got Mike.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, good deal. Okay. So, yeah, we arrived in town last time, dropped off the goods at Barthen's Provisions, checked into the inn, and it seemed like without too much delay, went upstairs. I think you guys did ask around, like, sort of unceremoniously, "Hey, has anyone heard of Cragmaw Castle?" Like, to the common room, because there was quite a few people in there, and everyone kind of looked up, like, went back to their soup or whatever. So you guys did all rent the same room. When I listened back, I wanted to say for a second, I heard maybe Samir wanted to rent a separate private room.
I don't care. I'll stay. Anyway.
Okay, I know at first it was like people were talking about maybe doing separate rooms, and then it sort of seemed like everyone was like, "Nah, we'll just go in the same room. Like, we could fit in there. They'll give you extra bed rolls." I think Varys was like, he's like, "I could use my own bedroll," Yeah, I recapped. I listened to the end of the last session just to remind myself, and Ursa was like bragging, like, "I used to sleep on the ice. I could handle the floor of a of an inn.
I don't know if that's a brag so much as just like I could sleep on the floor. I don't care. It's warm in here. That's enough.
Yeah.
Just go sleep outside. It's fine.
just go sleep under a tree.
I'll sleep under a tree too. I don't care.
Well,
I'm
that's what you've
tired.
been doing until you got here. So, you get into the room, and almost immediately after, as if someone had maybe followed you up the stairs, there's a knock at the door.
Who is it?
Hey, it's me, Tarek. Did you guys forget about me?
Only briefly.
Who?
I'll open the door.
Oh, well, I yelled who?
I've taken a lot of
Is
head
that
injuries
before or after
recently,
he
so
opened the door that you yelled who?
So you came into town before us, right?
Yeah, I had some business to handle. My aunt was missing me.
Does it have anything to do with the people outside of town who are shaking down visitors for money?
allegedly.
No, I saw it.
Those thugs are just the red brands. They're kind of the big deal here.
Well, we didn't have any issue before we got here at all, so.
You're
Yeah,
retconning the cave. Nothing happened in the cave.
Okay, it was fine. We got through it pretty easily. It's fine.
we had a little bit of issues in the cave and found out that there's more goblins at Cragmaw Castle. Has that a place you've heard of?
You said Kragmov?
Cragmaw Castle, yeah.
And that's where I can step in, because Ethan may not know whether Tarek has heard of it, and no, he's never heard of it. That doesn't mean you can't pretend you. Oh yeah, Cragmaw Castle. I know all about that.
I mean, I think I've heard it mentioned a couple of times, but nothing real ringing a bell.
All right. Well, we managed to rescue the guard, but we didn't see what's his name.
Gundren Rock Eater?
Gundren.
Is that him?
That's the one. I was pulling up my notes.
We also met a goblin who was very full of honor, even though also wanted to kill him for some reason.
Also
debatable. I'm gonna kill him at some point in time. It's just we got bigger things to worry about at the moment.
I'm gonna kill some farmers. I feel too low level personally.
So we think Gundren Rockseeker is being held probably at Cragmaw Castle, unless we were able to get out of the goblin. Well, I think we were able to get out of the goblin. I was unconscious at the time.
Yeah, you were.
Oh, and I would. Speaking of retconning, we sort of forgot about Sildar. That's the name of the guard. He came all the way back to town with you, and he actually came to the inn and got his own room.
Okay.
But he basically told you, like, he has had a really tough journey, and he said he's going to get some rest, and then he's going to sort of set up camp in town hall and try to, like, coordinate with the town master to, figure out. Remember, he came looking for an associate named Yarno, who came some time ago, like a year or more, to this area, and then no one ever heard from him again. So he said if you need him and he's not at the end, he'll be at the town hall.
You take a note. Okay. It's like, is there a spot for notes? What's his name? Sildar?
Sildar.
I do have a note about Sildar. It says something about Wave
Sildar.
Echo Cave.
Sildar Hallwinter, yeah.
Hallwinter?
Hallwinter.
Okay. And what's the guy's looking for? Yardo?
Yarno. It'd be Iarno.
Do you want your note to be public?
What's that?
Making a public note about it.
I'm just writing it in the notes section of my my character sheet because
I'm putting it in the notes on the side there, and you can make it public, so you can all see my really badly written note.
Oh, is there a note section there?
Where's that?
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Under player in the right bar.
Your character's so kind.
Wow,
You'll be able to
that's,
see my note about Sildar in there. I set it to public.
it's very nice.
And are you
Yeah.
in Discord?
No, in
No, in Fantasy Grounds.
Fantasy Grounds, there's in the player section, there's characters and notes, and you can click on notes.
Oh,
Then it's got handout and notes about Sildar.
there it is. Yeah, by Brad Fisher. There we go. All right.
The
Good.
mines are private.
Good use of notes.
We're pooling our knowledge.
So, and that's probably something else worth mentioning that was, if in case you all forgot, and that was Sildar gave you a bit of a background that what the big deal was that Gundren was coming out here for was a place called Wave Echo Cave. And what that is there's something in there called the Forge of Spells. And I sort of made it akin to something mythical like the Fountain of Youth or the Lost City of Gold or something. Like it's something that most of you had actually heard of before as this kind of like folk tale legend of like, oh, somewhere in those mountains there's the Forge of Spells in the Wave Echo Cave. And it was something, there was some alliance between like gnomes and dwarves and magic users back like 1,000 years ago. And there was like an orc invasion. There was a big fight over these to try to gain control of this thing. And then the whole region kind of fell into chaos and there was bloodshed and the place was like lost after that, in the aftermath of that. Like no one, it just sort of faded into memory, but it's always like people or faded more into legend where everyone's talking about where was the Wave Echo Cave. And so that's kind of a big deal if that's true, that, let me see, that's what Gundren was being all hush about, is him and his brothers had found this thing. And, you know, this is nearly as powerful as legends say. It's a big deal to keep it, you know, keep it a secret and make sure only the right people get involved, while also getting the right people there to figure out like what to do with the thing, right? So he's just at the very start of this very sort of delicate discovery and figuring out what to do with it. And he'd left his two brothers at the mine while he came back to make arrangements to, you know, get the supplies together, get more people, which ended up being you guys, and sort of mount a little more substantial expedition to try to get things going with the cave.
Well, I guess we'll get
Gotcha.
to ask around about the castle tomorrow. Unless people have other business in here in Phandelver.
Is it nighttime or?
I need to do some thinking. Mr. Gorale clearly doesn't know what she knows, and I'm not going to approach her again until I figure out some sort of approach that might actually work. I have some thinking to do.
I don't particularly have any business here. Oops.
If
Sorry.
you do need help with anything, Samir, just let me know.
Thanks.
Yeah, you could see on the map that the wagon just violently jostled.
Sorry.
I just suddenly see the map. I see the wagon go, woo, and the jaw's like, sorry. Whoa, there it goes. It's gone.
I didn't know I could do that. Sorry.
And now it's.
I was just trying to zoom in.
Yeah. I don't know if I can.
Zooming is not as easy as you might think it would be.
Can I lock the wagon?
Maybe right click it.
I wanted some star metal. Can't blame me for that.
Someone put on the
anti-stress. I might lock stuff everywhere, but yeah.
I just stay away from it. I was just trying to look at the name of the town.
Yeah, we need to lock our wagon. Boop boop.
But no, I don't think I have any business in Phandelver.
And you asked if it's night, and the answer is yes. It's at this point, you got into town right around sunset. So at this point, it's probably like an hour after the sun went down. So it's still,
gotcha.
You know, it's early, but it was late enough that when you knocked at the sister's door, and she'd already, you know, closed up the shrine for the night and gone home to settle in, that it was a little bit, you know, there was a little bit of like, who are you and why are you at my door right now?
Fair enough. I think I will retire for the night.
Yeah, we can take care of any personal business and then start looking into Cragmaw Castle tomorrow, I suppose.
Sounds good to
All
me.
right. And I know you're in an inn now, but I will still ask, like, are you still doing like having somebody stay up and do watches, or are you treating it
And
like
I only need 4 hours for my. Yeah, so I'm only gonna do 4 hours. I'm not doing any extra meditation here. That's not what I'm about. So I'm only gonna meditate for 4 hours. I'll be happy to be awake the rest.
I am not doing that. I'm just going to sleep for the night. I
Yeah,
don't think
Flump.
there's any point in putting up a guard at an inn.
I don't know. I thought the innkeeper was a sketchy mofo, and I'll be ready for him except for those 4 hours.
Oh, and I'll share. Let's see.
As
Let me
long as they
share
don't
the
get us kicked out, that's fine.
good old Phandelver map
Yeah.
to refresh your memory on.
Familiar.
This is the basic town.
Oh, didn't we have someone have a contact in like Adderley Farm? Was that Iris?
Yeah, Iris actually didn't have a contact there, but she knows a druid and knows that the druid wouldn't stay at the inn. That the druid would go stay at the elderly farm. That she knew the woman that ran it, which also is Tarek's aunt.
Coincidence.
Never
So,
seem to talk about this.
I know
Think it
Tarek.
might.
No, I mean you knew this. Now Tarek may have seen this druid before. There's a good chance that while you were staying there, when he stayed with his aunt, because he did live here before, like several months ago, he had lived here before. And this is a druid that would show up once every few months, hang out in town for a day or two, and then leave. So Tarek would probably remember the druid, but maybe not even remember the druid's name. It would have been like, oh yeah, I remember there was some like drifter that hippie looking forest person used to come stay at my aunt's, I think once while I was there or something.
And would you
Something like that.
refresh my memory, J-Law? I remember I showed my asked the barkeep if there was anyone with a harper badge, essentially, but I described it as just the harp looking badge. Did he point me to Sister Grayley, or did he point me to
All
someone
he did
else?
is he got very kind of low volume and just said, "You may want to ask around the Shrine of Luck."
Okay, that's
and
what
he
it was.
said, "Does that mean Sister Grail?" And he just acted like he didn't say anything after that.
Okay. I remember I did have personal business here, but I didn't remember what it was, and that's it. Thank you.
All right. So y'all settle in. I'm going to say about, 3 hours in, getting towards the middle of the night, like 11, 12.
Ryan, that's middle of the night for you, not for regular people, sir. So please reframe.
All right. Well, it is literally the middle of
That's
the
like
dark
bedtime
time.
for a normal person, is what
It
I'm
is
saying.
well, you could be awake during the night, but it still is the middle of the night. You suddenly hear a woman screaming, like outside, somewhere outside in town.
All right, I'm gonna look out the window. Do I see anything?
All right, yeah, you're able to look out the window and sort of see into the town square, and you see a lot of figures with red cloaks and torches walking around, and you see them dragging Sister Grail away from her hut to the south, and a number of them are forming up sort of in the town square facing the inn.
Guys, we got to do something here. I can't really tolerate this. Would
Wait,
you like to come
dragging
with
gets
while I try
like
to
she's
stop
on the
this?
floor and they're dragging her on the ground?
There's two red cloak or red grands, and they've got her by the arms and she's struggling, and they're kind of like, she's not on the ground, but they're like as if like cops detaining a suspect. They're dragging her along.
Like arms under the armpits or
Yeah,
whatever.
Okay.
yeah. and she's like struggling and like, why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah.
Well, let's mount up and go outside.
Can I
I
jump
don't-
out the window safely, or do I have to take the stairs?
You could do with a, I guess we call it a dexterity or a acrobatics check
Acrobatics.
to see if you could jump out the window for sure. Whether you or not you get injured is a question for.
I got a +2 in acrobatics. I'm feeling strong.
Well, you have fun with that. I'm going to take the stairs.
I'll take the stairs also, but I don't think we should interfere.
I'm going to interfere no matter what, but you do what you want.
Okay, so I'll just walk down the stairs then.
17, baby. How'd my jumping out the window go?
All right. Yep. You jump out the window, and you land on the ground and do a little roll. It smarts on the feet a little bit, but you didn't hear anything break.
Nice.
And so let me see. I'm actually gonna pull up another map. Get the good old combat tracker open.
Wait,
Why
what?
would you assume we're going to fight these people?
I don't
Well-
want to fight. I'm just walking out and looking.
Bit of foreshadowing here.
Sorry, guys. I think I intimidated them with my window jump.
He did a superhero landing. Get him.
I feel like I should jump out the window.
You should have. I agree.
Well, I
We
didn't
all
say I
should
walked down the
have.
stairs. Should I jump out the window? I'm an elf.
Haven't said anything yet. I feel like you could still jump out the window with me.
I'm
All right, I'll try one of those acrobatics rolls.
I think my map is messed up. Oh, never mind.
Yeah,
sorry.
is
Just
this a
loaded.
map or is it just a gray?
It just loaded in. It was just gray squares.
It might
but
take a second to load in.
I think it just
Oh,
doesn't fit.
okay.
Since it's
Oh, good roll. Good roll.
All
Wait,
right.
are you jumping out the window too?
Yeah, I'm an
Why?
elf.
Okay.
And she's a lady, for goodness sakes.
I mean, there's stairs
We're
and doors in this
together and all
building,
that.
you know?
Look how many people are down there.
I'm content with the stairs.
All right, so I'm gonna place Iris and Samir. This is where you guys end up. Where the rest of the, if you're seeing the map now, this is sort of like when you come down the stairs. There's a door right here. There's another door, or the door by Ingvilda. There's another door that I marked in red, just so you know where there's two exits out of the inn. Based on looking out the window, you're able to get a sort of a general layout of who was out there. So that's why I decided at this point, I wanted to present a map. It doesn't 100% mean you're going to be fighting, but it definitely means that it's a possibility. To where you need to know, you need to know the layout of what's going on. And as the two jump out the window, there's a guard to the far left is like, a couple of them coming out the windows.
Hello, good sir. Please unhand that woman, I shout.
And they've kind of got her like a distance away, like she's behind them, kind of like I'll just draw. Like they were taking her back this way,
That's pretty far away.
if you can see. So she's not right there, and so these guys that have made this little formation outside the inn are separate from the ones that are dragging her off, and a couple of them have torches. And behind them in the center is one whose armor looks nicer than the others. They're all wearing, let me see, what is he? It's basically like, looks like their captain or their commander. And yeah, he's just wearing studded leather as well, but his looks a little better. His cloak looks a little cleaner.
For the ones of us that are calmly walking out the door, do they care? Or are they like focused on the two that jumped out the window now?
Are you all coming out the door too?
Yes.
I'm
Like I'm moving with haste down the stairs and out of the
All
inn.
right. So as you're coming out the front door, the captain guy, he says, "We're here for an Ingvilda."
That's me.
Was you? I don't feel like you pronounced your name right. Are you sure you're looking for you?
He pronounced it close enough.
Why are they looking for you?
I told him to come get me.
Oh my goodness. Is everyone in this team so hot-headed?
Can I just
talk
kind
this
of
out.
walk around him and go chase the other guys that got Sister Gorali? I think Irsa here can handle herself. I think I just need to take care of business here.
Okay, I guess I'm just talking in air as everyone goes.
And then the two guys that are right next to the commander, you recognize them as the guys from out of town, or the guys from as you came into town, the ones who collected the wagon fee.
Hmm.
And he's like, "Are these the same ones you saw?" They're like, "Yeah, that those are the ones they said to come get them, to come here."
As they're talking about me, I'm going to start approaching them.
If I remember right, I went along with them though, didn't I?
Yeah, you paid them. I think it was.
Yeah. So as he starts walking, I'm gonna say, "Well, look, these are just the guardsmen. We should not interfere with an official police business."
They're not the guard.
I probably can't even hear you. I'm on the other side of the building, so I'm just gonna leave that be.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Now,
Like-
this is important. Did you actually say official police business?
Like my character? Yeah.
I'm just
all
going to
cops are
laugh.
bastards. Don't listen to him, Ethan and Nick.
That's Varys. These aren't the guard.
We paid them for entry into the city.
You
They
paid them
didn't.
because they were shaking you down for money.
They were not shaking me down. I learned very much about the guard at my time at the temple.
Well,
And you
Ethan-
should respect these men.
Ethan, you might have a little more nuance than they're just not the guards, but
I'm going to choose to mumble under my breath after the snicker and mumble, if the mafia is official police, yeah, sure.
Like, do I hear that?
all right. So
Actually, I say I will hear that. I'll say, okay, good. So they are the official police. I'm glad you agree.
They're
I am not moving, so I'm just
Well,
going to stay standing outside the.
I'm
place.
I'm approaching them
all right.
at a steady pace.
So the captain says, "Welcome to Phandelver, Ingvilda, and your companions. My name is Rolf. I am the captain of this fine troop of town guards. And I heard we had a little bit of a misunderstanding as you entered into town. Is that correct?"
I understood you perfectly.
I just believe my companion here was mistaken.
Just clarifying, you said Rolf
Yep.
as referenced from the notes?
Yep.
Okay.
He says, "Now I understand you're new here, so you don't know how it works, but we are, for whatever it is, we are the law in this town. And we can't be defied. And I understand that you were compliant for the most part, but we did get, how'd you describe it, Ham, as a blowback, sir? Yeah, some blowback from Ingvilda. And, we're gonna have to treat this as a learning opportunity, but you're new in town, so we're not gonna be too hard on you. Two things are gonna need to happen from you, Ingvilda. One, if you apologize to Ham and Shark here. Two, surrender your weapons, and we'll hold them until we deem you as a reasonable individual that we don't need to worry about. And if we can get those two things from you right now, we'll let you get back in and get to rest."
Well, how about before I worry about any of those, you can inform me while you're dragging the sister off in the distance.
We have some questions for her. That's really none of your concern.
Honestly, I think it is my concern.
Why is it
Well,
your concern?
I think this is all very reasonable, their terms, and it's really not our concern.
You
We
want
don't
to
know
give her
what
your
she's.
weapons, huh? I don't think I'll be doing that.
Well, they only ask for Ingvild's weapons,
Wow,
not
you got
ours.
very little teamwork and camaraderie here, I see.
Well, they're not threatening her at all. They just want her weapons and an
I've kind
apology.
of heard
It's
a threat in
fine.
there. I'm not sure how you.
I just don't think these fine gentlemen here would take weapons and then continue to harm.
Well, I have a counter proposal. I'm going to offer you my weapons, one at a time. Who's first?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, let's go.
Says
Big
the only
combat now.
counter proposal is this. The rest of you can stay back. You don't need to be involved. We're going to knock you unconscious. We're going to take your weapons. And then we're going to
Wait,
ask you tomorrow when you wake up bloody and bruised again for an apology and see how that conversation goes.
Bloody and bruised is my bread and butter.
Okay, sorry, you insinuating you're knocking all of us unconscious?
I
I'm
said the
going
rest
to
of you do
interrupt.
not need to be involved.
Very fair, thank you.
I'm going to interrupt and see if Rolf recognizes me.
What do you say?
Rolf, I'm going to vouch for Ingvilde on the grounds that he apologizes and gets to keep his weapons, and I'll try to help keep him in line.
It's a she.
She.
Yeah, and he says, Tarek, I didn't expect to see you back. Those were the conditions that I just gave. She can apologize and surrender her weapons, and we'll let you be.
Can my comrade keep her weapons and meet all of the other requirements?
The one other requirement. Quite the negotiator.
This is a learning moment, and it's not just about vouching for somebody. It's about letting the rest of the town know that the red brands aren't to be defied in this way. Law and order in this town is a tenuous thing, and we can't have people pushing back that way without consequence.
I look over to Ingvilde. I tried.
Well, too bad for them, I guess.
Make sure you're attacking them.
If they want that to be, if that's what they want, then that's what they want. I'm not going to apologize. Oh wait, here's my apology. I'm sorry I recognized your shakedown and wasn't going to have any of your shit. And also, B, I'm sorry I'm keeping my weapons. You can come get them one at a time.
I just don't understand this. These good men were just protecting the village, but whatever, fine.
I was hoping
They're
you wouldn't.
not the guard.
I was hoping you'd be more reasonable. You don't
I'm
know how
very
much
reasonable.
restraint we're showing right now.
You know,
Red
I don't know how
brands, you
much-
heard the answer. Go knock her out, take her weapons. Only attack the others if they get involved. All right, everyone roll initiative.
Alrighty.
Alrighty.
I always
I will
roll
need a
such shit
quick
initiative.
memory. How do you re-roll again? Sorry.
Initiative is on your main page.
Oh, I think I see it.
Dead center.
Thank you.
Nice job, Iris. You're always so good at rolling.
Oh my goodness.
Not
Wow,
today, I
we sucked
wasn't.
this time though. For complaining about my 8, it was apparently awesome. Here we go. There we go. Tarek getting some shit done for unlike the rest of us.
I'd prefer he didn't roll so hard, or you, but guess we'll see what happens.
All right.
They don't know that we're involved yet. 'Cause I am involved, to tell you the truth, but they don't know that, right? GMD law or DMG law.
Oh, they're not going to know anything until your turns happen.
Right.
They've just
Great.
sort of dictated a thing. Oh, and
Are
he probably also would have included whatever happens if you cross the line of trying to take a life, it's going to get a whole lot worse.
Are they focusing on us? Because Aris and Samira are like on the other side of the building.
Well, if you
I
can
think they
see the
know
way
we're
they're laid
there.
out, half
Yeah,
of them
they-
can see
He
you.
So
jumped
they're-
out a window.
Yeah, they
So
also
they're, like,
jumped out a
dividing
window.
their attention.
I
No, I
forgot
just
to
mean, like-
sneak when I was jumping out the windows. They probably know.
Okay, who? Okay.
All right, so the captain's turn comes. He just takes a step back and then folds his arms and watches.
He's gonna let
Tarek.
his little bully boys do his work, huh?
Tarek, you're up.
Trying to decide what I want to do.
That's it. This is being presented as something that may be a dilemma for some people, like to get involved or not.
Yeah, my character being one of those.
Yeah.
I rolled so poorly that I'm going almost last.
Well, that'll give you an observational advantage.
That's true.
You get to see what things look like by the end of the round.
To be
That's true.
completely
Okay,
honest,
that's
I
good.
think I'm honestly just going to hold action.
I mean,
All right. Well, that you can
Very
ready
good.
an action, but you can't like suspend until the end of the turn if that's what you mean.
Or just skip.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's basically what I was thinking, was more along the lines of a skip, because at this point, I don't really want to present as overly aggressive by preparing to draw a sword or anything like that. So I'm just going to stand and watch.
I think you can declare a dodge, right? And then and what is that? It gives it people disadvantage who try to hit you.
Yeah, disadvantage on attack rolls and advantage on dexterity saves.
All right, so you could just say you're in basically taking a defensive dodge posture.
I will go with that. I will take a defensive dodge posture.
All right. And all right, the first red band acts. He starts walking towards Ingvilda.
These guys don't have any like crossbows or shit.
Nope. They have short. They're carrying short swords.
I hope they don't have crossbows if they're trying to knock me out.
Crossbows are traditionally very successful against you.
Well,
They're
as
also not very
uh,
good. They're also not very good at knocking out.
yeah, as Joss will contest, ranged weapons kill poor Grund.
We're not bringing up other campaigns. If you could just stick to the topic here, thanks.
All right, so the second one moves up, and
I-
they both look
Sorry, I
like.
have a question real quick.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
How do like bonus actions? Do you have to? Does it have to be your turn to do them?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
and again, bonus actions are it's only special spells or abilities will take the bonus action slot. So
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah.
Right.
problem.
Okay. And so yeah, both of the guards they looks like they've stopped at this point, and they're just sort of prep. They're just like holding their action.
So do they have weapons drawn like they're waiting
They
for
do.
me to approach to
They have weapons
smack me?
drawn.
Okay.
They have weapons drawn. All right, Samir.
All right. Well, my character feels no moral quandary here. Just practical concerns about which one of these assholes I should blast. Let's see here. I don't feel very comfortable approaching the ones that are close to Irsa. I'm gonna have to let her take care of that. So I'm gonna just use one of my cantrips. I'm going to use Ray of Frost. I believe it's got a 60-foot range, which is pretty decent. I'm going to target Red Brand 1, I think.
All right.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Give me just a second here. Ray of Frost does have a check, so I'll roll that. Oh, that's not very good. Yes. All right, I got nothing here. Let's see. How far away from me are you? I think, too far away to hit me, so I don't really feel the need to hide. I'm done. Not a great turn.
All right.
Do they know that I missed my attack there?
Yeah, they would have seen.
Did a massive ray come at him?
They would have seen
I didn't
like
do it,
you
I just
shot
stood
something
there
at
going,
him and it missed.
I was
So-
just
I mean-
gesturing. I was merely gesturing.
I mean, depending on their AC, it might have actually hit their
Well,
leather
was it a
and then
frost
just
bolt?
not hurt them.
It was a ray of frost, yes.
Yeah, ray of frost. They would have seen a ray of frost came from you and missed him.
I
So
was shooting behind them, I tell them. I said, bats!
You-
Bats behind you! I yell. Did it work? They fooled?
Ursa.
All right. Yes, let's see. First things first, I need to remember how to work this system. Oh,
Mhm.
there it is.
Me too.
Rage.
Oh, okay. Rage. Oh, Ursa's mad.
And then I'm a step to here.
Oh,
to
and
hit
I
a
have
button.
you locked. Let me unlock you for now.
Dare you lock me?
I think it was on by default. Can you move now?
Let's find out.
Okay.
Yes. Step to there.
Oh,
And-
sorry. Red Ran 3 takes
Takes
a
an
hit
attack
at
on
you.
him?
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine that. That's why I went to only next to one of them.
And he misses.
Come on!
And then I am going to try to hit him with my hand axe. Ooh, great rolls tonight. Starting the night off hot.
Oh my god!
Then that's an action, a bonus action, so I'm done.
All right. Iris.
All right. Let's see here. Let's see, I can move. How far can I move? 35, which is 7 squares,
Yes.
right? Okay. 35 each. Okay. I think I want to come up here to the corner of the building, which is, I think, 5 squares,
Yeah, it's
so that I
about
will
5
be able to
squares.
see everybody.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then I would like to shoot Red Brand 2 with an arrow.
All right. So you're looking at coming to about here.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so now I have to figure out how to do that. So do I control?
Yep.
Okay, look at me using
Yeah.
buttons. So proud. Okay, now I go to the actions and I roll this one to see if I hit him.
Yep. And you did hit.
Nice. And I rolled this one.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, he felt that for sure.
It's better than nothing.
The true blood.
And I think I will go ahead and just stay there.
All right. Let's see. All right.
Of
So
course.
this guy comes up to you, Iris.
Yep.
And swing. Oops, sorry. The extra die was a. What the hell?
He missed. He can't wound me with the miss.
I
He hurt
actually,
himself,
I
I
just.
think.
He
Yeah,
heard it.
that
He
was,
hurt himself.
That
He
was.
walks up and stabs, falls on his sword.
He hurt himself in confusion.
That feels like something I would do.
He takes a second attack
Oh!
Dang.
and
Two attacks.
hits.
How rude.
Jerk.
What a piece
Well,
of
I'll
shit.
shoot you in the face next time, buddy.
Red Brand 4 steps up. Attacks Ingvilda.
Why are they
Hits.
so much better at this than us?
Damage is absorbed. Attacks again.
1 damage.
Misses.
Why
Automatic
are they
miss.
so good at? Why do they get to swing twice? MG law. It seems like too
Well,
What
much.
is
Characters of a
damage is
certain
absorbed
level
mean?
get multiple attacks.
It's because the people who designed this adventure don't know that there's that 7 people who can attack 2 times, 14 attacks to our 5 is not very fair, and they'll just like go with it.
Doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem
It's-
right.
It's on par with our adventure so far.
It's
You know,
almost
Varys
like you
isn't
could
gonna
have just
help us,
talked
'cause
out through this.
He
instead of-
loves licking boot.
I did talk through this.
I feel like I don't deserve this.
All right, one comes up to Iris, hits her, does a little bit of damage. And this is one of the ones from the road. The one that was like, we collect the fees.
Jesus, Iris is taking a beating.
Yeah, well.
Well, luckily his damage rolls are low. But
She's got damage heavy nonetheless.
well,
Enough of these.
he's
still
rolled
feels
one.
like a
He
problem.
rolled once twice.
Didn't he hurt himself then?
Maybe they should go for the one who shot a literal ray of frost at them.
He did shoot a man with an arrow.
He didn't get to me yet, so that's not going to work out for him.
All right, Varys.
Oh gosh. I don't think I can see what's going on with Iris there.
He's yelling and screaming, I
So-
bet. Oh, my face,
Are
for
you yelling and
example.
screaming? I
I've been
am
in
not-
worse scrapes.
Okay, she's fine. I'm not gonna attack. I am going to. Oh goodness. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna move there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, can I move one more?
Sure. you
That's
want
6,
to.
right?
Yep. Well, and also one of those
And-
could have been a diagonal. It only counts as one in our grid as well. So you could even
wanna-
move one more. But at this
No,
point, it
that's
wouldn't make
okay, I
sense
wanna
if you
be
did,
here.
but you could.
No, I want to be there. And then I am gonna, unlike people think, I'm gonna cast Word of Radiance. So
Ooh, what does that do?
you utter a divine burning. Let me just remember how to cast spells.
I think you got to target the people, and then when you hit effect, I think it'll automatically make them roll their saves.
Oh, okay. Thanks. So is that control? Control.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And then what are clicks are?
Is there like an effect
Yes.
button on the action?
I have
Maybe.
a
I think you have to attack
Don't know
or
what that
attack
was.
first. There's if you hit the magnifying glass under Word of Radiance, it's going to open up a bunch
Oh,
of stuff for
thanks.
you.
And it's just cast, right? Not attack.
I think cast. will
Cast.
do it. And that'll make them do their
Alright,
saving
so-
throws, and they both failed their saving throws. So now
Good.
apply the damage. Hit the should be like a blood
And,
drop or
Damage.
Now's the time for Varys to kill a man. No, not quite.
You
Okay,
did a
that's
good
good.
job.
Please don't kill anybody.
Still impressive.
After
Heavily
all
wounded.
the stuff you talk to me, you say don't kill anybody. I'm literally just defending you people.
Oh, you people?
So
Is that how you refer to us?
I walk up to them and I utter a divine word, and yeah, that's
All
my
right.
turn.
a pretty
That's
it's a
a
decent effect.
And that's a cantrip too, so
Yeah,
just take
just
them slap.
doesn't cost you anything.
That's me. So let me untarget them,
All right,
and then I look at
you cast
Ursa.
intimidating
Did I say
kitten.
right? Leave my cat alone. I look at Ursa and I say, "I hope you're happy," and then I'm done. Like I'm very
Oh.
disappointed because I don't want to be attacking these poor guardsmen, but
They're not
Can't
goblins.
let my-
Lawmen. These poor
Whatever.
lawmen.
I can't let my party get massacred. So, all right, that's me. Oh, sorry, at the end. There we go.
Cool. Thank you. Five, 6. This is the other guard that met you on the road. He's actually, I guess he just comes all the way in, but he had to dash, so he doesn't get to attack. And that's his turn. The captain just remains where he is, arms crossed, observing the battle. Tarek, you're up.
I guess I'm gonna look like a traitor to somebody, one way or the other, right?
Yeah, I will never forgive you if you don't attack. That's correct.
I am going to draw my bow and fire at, I guess it would be Red Brand 2.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that man's dead.
Oh wait, he's already injured, right?
Yeah, he's heavily injured.
I attacked 3 and 2, and I hit them both.
In that case,
Wait, why
I
was
am-
Red Brand 2 already injured, though?
He got shot with a bow and hit with
Oh,
warrior
right.
radiance.
I forgot about the bow. Okay. Like, yeah, he's really hurt. So you're gonna attack the Red Brand 3 instead? Was that what you said?
nah, I'm gonna go for him.
Okay.
Going ham on him.
If you modify your roll to with a -2, because we're going to consider him in partial cover.
Right.
So at the bottom, there's all those little, it says add +1, +5, +2, dis -2, -5. Hit the -2 before you roll your attack die.
Okay.
And that will cause a -2 to apply to the roll.
Uh-oh.
Ooh. Jeez.
All right.
Why is it all so difficult?
And I'm gonna leave that as my round.
All right.
Oh. Am I going down again?
I think you at least have an okay armor class, don't you?
It hasn't helped so far.
All right. So Red Brand 2
Is going to crit Varys.
Please don't. Are you kidding
takes a
me?
swing at Varys.
Or-
Hits. Takes another swing at Varys. Misses.
All right, that wasn't too bad.
Get Ursa. She's right there. You're here for her.
Oh, it's the guy that can't get to me. You blocked him.
I think all Ursa's done so far is swing and miss. You cast a dazzling spell that hurt 2 people at the same time.
Let me see. Can
All right, the next one hits Ursa.
Oh, he did 2 damage. Oh no.
Seems fine.
Attacks a second time and misses.
Nice.
Samir, you're up.
All right, I'm moving in.
Oh, going to
And,
melee.
all right. How do I make that cone again?
Oh, I think it's you have to hold down, like it's it's either Control, Alt, or Shift. I can't remember which one. Let me see. Control. Nope.
It's Alt.
Is it
Alt.
left and right click the same?
You have to hold
Oh,
down.
okay.
Yeah, hold down Alt and then left and right click. All right.
So I'm
yeah.
gonna do my little burning hands deal here on these motherfuckers.
All right. Go ahead and target both of them and let her rip.
Didn't even have to use my. That work? Oh, well, it looks like one of them worked. There we go. All right, let's do some cast burning hands.
All right. It's gonna hurt.
Ah, damn it!
No, failure means they failed.
Failure means they failed.
Okay.
So
They
now
failed.
roll damage.
The failure is theirs, not yours.
All right. Yeah, they're hurting.
Okay, I only move 10 feet. I can still do more movement, right?
With the caveat that if you move out of range of anybody, they'll be able to take an attack of opportunity on you.
I am not gonna do anything then. I'll just stand here and take it.
Okay.
And let me end my turn.
All right, Ursa.
All right, we're going to try to go for some turn denial. While it would be more advantageous to attack 3, I want to try to prevent 4 from having a 2-attack turn. So we're going to target number 4. And as my action, I am going to try to hit him with the hand axe.
Why? Why is
And as a bonus action, I'll try to hit him with my other hand axe.
Oh, you hit.
It rolled to a 3 on my screen, then rolled off the 3 to a 19.
Yeah, I
so
saw it was like right where it was deciding whether to go to the next number.
And there we go. 8 damage.
That hurt.
It's good damage. Can't deny it.
But unfortunately, he will get a turn. And I'm done.
All right.
Can I ask the captain if he'd like to give up yet?
You can.
Before we really, really, really hurt his fellas?
I mean, you could ask.
Now you can't really have a conversation right now. You can throw out the proposition. We'll have to wait to his turn to see how he answers.
Well,
I mean, Ursa could have just apologized. I mean, he wouldn't be in this situation, but whatever.
I did apologize.
kind of on Ursa's side here. Sorry.
Look at that boot, Varys. Yell
not
around
very
the corner.
balanced. So, Mr. Captain, I suggest perhaps when you get around to it, you should stop fighting us. There, I've thrown that out.
I gotta look at her and give her a thumbs up because I really think that's going to work.
and we'll say you can have said that as you were attacking one of his men, if you so choose. Now,
I'm definitely going to shoot Ham.
All right,
not just because he's like the nickname of my brother.
Now, just so you know, because you are adjacent to active hostiles, you will any ranged attacks that you make are going to be at a disadvantage. I think there's no.
Yes, that's true.
You can get a feat.
I don't want to kill any. I thought we weren't killing. We were just
so
you don't have to
picking up for ourselves.
If you
not, right, Ryan?
If you use a melee weapon, you can knock people out. I guess just a melee attack, you can knock people out. Range attacks, if someone drops to 0 and the GM says, yeah, he dies from that, he's dead.
Ranged attacks, if you bring someone to 0 with an arrow, they die. If you bring someone to 0 by hitting them with a hand-to-hand weapon, you can decide whether or not they're unconscious or dead.
And
you
not
can
based
control
on
that.
I would refrain trying to knock somebody out with a spell.
A spell also, if you hit 0
ranged
with a spell, with a ranged spell, they die.
You can knock them out with a melee attack spell.
Melee attack
Well, in
spell.
that case, I will stab/bludgeon Red Brand Sharky with a short sword. That seemed like a good idea.
Yep.
It does seem like a good idea.
It's an idea. I mean, you hit him. That's pretty awesome. That's better than we normally do.
Ooh!
And he is heavily wounded.
Oh, now both you guys are sitting there heavily wounded, but not down, so they're going to beat the shit out of us. I hope they don't kill you.
Well, you know.
You don't care?
You win some, you lose some, I guess. And
you're used to it, you don't mind being
I can't move without triggering them to attack me as I walk
You'll
away,
trigger
right?
both of them, so you'll probably just go down.
Yeah, you get one attack, yeah.
And if you walk away, you'd provoke, which is probably a bad thing.
All right.
Okay, I'm done.
So this little red brand is giving Samir super stink eye at this point.
Good. Don't attack.
Because as his armor is like smoldering and smoking, and his eyebrows are still singeing. He does a swing and a hit.
That's a little too much damage there, isn't it?
And, well, he didn't roll ones like they were doing before. And another swing and a miss. Red brand number 4 by Ursa. Goes for an attack, hits. Goes for a second attack. And misses. Sharky also steps now up towards Samir.
I guess I don't like being caught on fire, huh?
Touchy.
I'm probably gonna go down here.
Takes a swing and a hit. Takes another swing and misses.
Jeez.
Y'all jumped out the window. Y'all are just getting your butts beat. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I'm just gonna look at the guards next to me.
Yeah, that would be 3 of them.
1, 2, 3. What do I say? I just say like rest, and then I'm gonna cast my spell. Boop.
Oh, wow, they
No!
all saved.
No.
All right.
Son of a-
Were you casting command?
No,
Oh,
he's
radiant.
casting.
No, that was
Word
Word
of
of
Radiance.
Radiance.
Did they
but
take any
all-
damage?
No.
No.
Oh, they take 0. Okay.
But they all rolled a 15 too, which is kind of funny. It's like they all rolled the same exact number.
Yeah, and it was separate dice. So, what are the odds? But, well, I still think that was. I mean, tactically, that was a very good decision.
Yeah.
It just didn't pan out. But
It's just the part where none of it worked.
they were setting themselves up
Okay,
for an
well.
area attack.
The odds are 0.25.
Well, I can do a bonus action, right?
If you have a bonus action to do, you sure
If
can.
you have a bonus, something
I
that
w-
you can do a bonus action with, yeah.
Yeah, I want to use the bonus action and cast Sanctuary on Ursa.
Well, that's going to go away immediately
Why?
because it goes away when I attack somebody.
A creature who targets. Okay, well, never mind. End my turn. Boop. I hope no one noticed me fail at that.
No, I was right here. I saw
Oh,
it.
whoops! Hold on.
Did you skip Ham?
I've been somehow. Yeah, I skipped Ham by mistake. All right. Ham goes for Varys. Misses. Second attack on Varys. Misses.
Nice.
All right.
Dude,
Now,
We're just gonna stand here failing attacks at each other for the next 3 rounds.
see the now it's it's Rolf's turn. And he just says the fighting stops when there's an apology and weapon surrender, or everyone's unconscious. And he starts walking towards Ursa.
Well, that's bad.
All right.
All right, Tarek.
So just a quick recap. Red Brand 2 is still conscious, just wounded. Red Brand 3 is conscious, wounded. The only one that's really hurt is Sharky, right? Like super hurt.
Red Brand 2 is also quite hurt.
Red Brand 2
1
is
and 4 are also heavy.
Yeah, would be considered heavily wounded, which is at least half of their damage is considered. If they've lost half of their hit points or more, they're considered heavily damaged. So, Red Brand 2, 1, 4, and Sharky are heavily damaged. Ham is unharmed. Red Brand 3 is lightly wounded. And the captain
in there.
Captain Rolf has not been hurt.
Okay, in that case, I am going to come up basically face to face with Red Brand 2. Probably ultimately going to regret this decision. Draw my sword.
Oh, I regret this decision.
I don't see you have anyone targeted.
Pickle.
But
it doesn't count. You had no target.
No, he would have missed anyways on that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, they have to endure the psychological effect of another person on the front line.
I'm enduring some psychological effects.
Are you?
I'm feeling shame at my digital dice.
That's the end of your turn?
Yeah, that'll be the end of my turn.
Okay.
I still think it's ridiculous that my spell missed every single person.
Red Brand 2 goes for Varys. Crit.
You hate to see it.
Well, it's the first crit. For all the dice that we've rolled so far.
Good thing it was G-Lob that rolled that. Good thing it was G-Lob that rolled that crit. Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
This fight's going very well. There's going to be nobody left by the time the captain gets to the front line.
I mean, that was Rolf's goal.
Just another day in the life.
All right. Second attack on Varys and misses. Red Brand 3.
Leave Varys alone.
Takes an attack on Varys. Misses.
Please, thank you.
Another attack on Varys. Misses.
Yes.
I have like 2 health. Please keep missing.
Samir, you're up.
Well, I'm a little pissed off, so I guess it's time to break out those burning hands once again
I think
on both of these fuckers.
This combat calls for me using my actual OBS combat screen.
With the fire in the background?
Yep. This is getting pretty serious.
All right, so I've got them both targeted. I could aim my cone away from Varys. I don't even care because I have stealth sculpting too, so I'm not hitting her. Off we go. Big hands. I've hit one, but not the other. All right, well, here's some damage.
Is the failure do you half damage still?
I don't know. Let me check my spell.
A success, you take half damage.
Yeah, so they take half damage. Okay, they're both dead.
Good. Okay, I still have my movement. I am. I guess I'm gonna hang around because I don't think I have enough time to get around the building and help fight the captain. I'll kind of move over here. Do I have better cover?
Well, no one's got ranged weapons, so.
I know, but
but yeah,
I'm gonna hide over here a little bit.
Maybe if the captain had a crossbow, he could hit you.
All right, well, I'm gonna hang out there, and that will be the end of my turn.
All right.
All right.
Not dead.
All right.
They're just dying, right, Ryan?
What's that?
They dead? I mean, I hit him with a spell, or it says dying.
Actually,
are they?
Well, what my normal rule is: trash mobs are considered dead.
Yeah.
Well, one of them, he's got a name.
I don't think these guys are trash mobs.
Oh wait, no.
Sharky
is dying.
Turn.
Yeah, I think Red Brand 1 is dead. Red Brand Sharky is dying.
Sharky is named.
He has a name.
Sharky is named, so Sharky is in a death struggle at this point.
Might help him along, because fuck Sharky.
Ooh.
Alright, another one dead.
Unconscious.
Ham. Wait, Red Brand 4.
Yes.
And you're gonna knock him unconscious?
Yes.
Okay.
It wouldn't be a turn if one attack wasn't a miss.
Okay, let's see. Who's where? All right, I'm going to... Nope, not do that. I'm going to do that. But I need to take Sharky off. There we go. So I'm going to shoot at Red Brand 3. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Okay.
All right. Yeah.
Oh,
Job done.
all right.
Oh, he's still standing after that shot? Come on.
I have no idea what these people are made of, but good lord. All right, well, I'm going to hang out where I'm at since they don't have any ranged weapons. And I've done my attacking, so that is the end of my turn.
Kind of give Iris a little air high five there for that excellent shot.
Change the color of the dice. It helped.
Okay. Red Brand 1 is... Oh, well, for the sake of this combat, consider him... Let's see. R1. For these guys, at least, because it's very significant whether any of them come out dead, I'm going to have them all roll like their death saves. So, Red Brand 1 does his death saving throw. Red Brand 4.
Knocked him unconscious specifically.
Oh, okay. No, he's just unconscious. Okay. R4 unconscious.
Oh, on your end, can you mark people as stable so they don't have to keep making saves?
I don't know that they do the saves automatically for the NPCs.
Okay.
So I'm rolling them manually and keeping track on my notepad. Okay, Red Brand, Sharky. All right. Varys, you're up.
Okay, panicking a bit. But I still think it's my best option. So I'm going to steal myself and once again try to cast the Word of Radiance.
Yeah, let's go.
That couple of them
fail.
going to hit that time.
And Red Brand 3 might die from it.
Or one of them's going to hit.
One hit, so... And then damage.
Not
Just
much.
2.
He's really,
die.
really hurt, if it matters.
I don't suppose you have healing.
Doesn't, I'm afraid.
I don't suppose you have healing words to spell, do you?
No.
Okay.
I have Cure Wounds.
Yeah,
But
Cure
it
Wounds.
takes an action.
Yeah, Cure Wounds is an action. Healing Word heals less, but it's a bonus
Oh,
action.
Daisuke, stop! Okay, I know my turn 1 second.
Okay, it's your turn back.
No, he said he ends his turn.
Oh, okay. I thought you were like, oh, no, wait, stop.
No,
All
he
right.
told his cat to stop.
Oh, okay. I thought he... All right. Ham goes for Varys. Misses. Goes for a second attack on Varys. Misses.
Oh, I didn't come back to being dead. That's good.
Alive.
Don't worry. 2 and 3 will have a chance, unless Tarek's able to knock one of them out.
It's true. I can't do anything about it. I'm too slow.
All right. The captain.
Is that a? Can he walk?
Whoa,
Through,
whoa, whoa,
did he just walk through the wall there?
You just blow right by.
Well, I consider this a space that he can move through. If we want to dispute that, I can have him walk the other way.
I feel like maybe somebody should be able to do something about this.
Did he
Walking
not
right
see
by
Ursa
Terry.
there? Why is he walking to me?
Listen,
What's that? I'm sorry.
I just
No,
think
if anyone has any kind of like thinks he shouldn't be able to walk the way that he walked.
No, it's just the
Oh, no,
south
okay.
the south square was like more than 50% building. I would think that would
All
be.
right. So I've just.
But the north one would be fine.
All right. And as he passes Tarek, he says there will be consequences.
Oh, sorry, Tarek, buddy.
He's got a scimitar. He goes for Varys. Hits.
Are you
And
actually-
Varys, you're down, and you're unconscious. He hits you with the flat of his
Okay.
blade and knocks you unconscious.
I didn't even want to fight.
He goes for Tarek. Misses. Third attack goes to Tarek.
Oh, what do you mean third attack?
Third attack.
Hits.
See how?
Make it get up.
Tarek may recall this guy is like a seasoned mercenary leader.
Yeah, he's kind of no joke.
Guess he's just gonna kill us all then.
All right. So
That's
he
what it is.
takes a chunk out of Tarek, and he basically says, if you all put down your weapons now and proceed with the original proposal, we can stop this.
Give him the finger. I'm the building where he can't see me.
My
All right,
weapons are technically
Tarek,
put
you're
down.
up.
All right.
Well, he looks at his stuff. Am I in death saves now?
No, he chose not to kill you, so you're
Oh,
just
okay.
flat out stable but comatose, basically.
Oh, okay.
He decided to knock you out instead of try to kill you.
Like the upstanding man of the law that he is. Okay.
Varys still has the utmost respect for the Red Brands.
Sweet baby Varys.
Even when unconscious.
Tarek, are you trying to do something?
I am mentally debating what to do real quick.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure you weren't like trying to talk and you disconnected or something.
No, I'm in the middle of the dilemma of knowing how badass this guy is and trying to help my group, you know?
Yeah.
Oh well. I guess if the group's going down, we're going down fighting. So I am going to continue on Red Brand 2.
Let's see. All right, go for it.
Maybe.
All right, so it looks like you missed, and now Red Brand 2's turn. Red Brand 2 takes a swipe right back at you and misses. Goes for number 2 on you. Hits. And does a little bit of damage on you. Red Brand 3. Goes for Ursa. Misses. Goes for Ursa again. Hits. Does some damage on Ursa, who is still in pretty good shape. You got nice damage resistance.
Yeah, once I get turns.
Samir, you're up.
Okay. Let's see here. Does the captain count as engaged? So if he tries to move towards me, would he at least get attacked by somebody?
Yeah, he's.
Okay.
Well, if he's standing next to anyone and then leaves their combat range, they get an attack of opportunity on him.
Let's see here. He is how far away from me? Whoops. That's not what I wanted. 25. Okay, that's not where I want to move then. I want to move instead to like here-ish.
All right.
3 feet away. And I'm going to use my last spell slot here. Got something that I like to call Witch's Bolt.
Ooh. That's one of those I haven't seen before. I mean, I know I haven't seen in action.
Let's see here. Let me. Oh,
Really-
my windows
really
are
fun
all
when
over
it
the
hits.
place. Okay, so let's see here. That's on my F10
A
key.
beam of crackling blue energy lances out towards a creature within range, forming
that
a
should be good enough.
sustained arc of lightning.
Ooh, sweet.
All right, so let me do the damage. So yeah, this will continue damaging him for a while now.
It will have to end up being like your action to continue damaging, but once you're locked on, you can do it every turn.
Exactly. I figure it's my last slot. May as well do that.
Make it, yeah. This thing could, last 10 rounds if you need it. Is there a maximum? Up to a minute. So up to 10 rounds.
Yeah,
Yeah.
10 rounds, yeah. Yes,
So
I
no
guess I'll
combat
do it.
lasts that long. All right. So yeah, you hit El Capitan. And Ursa, you're up. Yes. Oh,
Of course the offhand's the crit.
the off. Hey, the crit's crit. But
If I pick it up, is it gonna auto crit or do I add a d6?
just go
I guess
ahead and
I'll
roll
find
the
out.
damage. It should. It
It does do it. Okay. Yeah, I can do a lot of damage too. So unconscious.
I wish you did that to the captain.
I wish I
right.
did a guy who didn't have like 1 or 2 hit points left.
Yeah, I wish that as well.
And then I'm going to stand in Joss's square because he's unconscious.
All right.
You stepping on top of me?
The unconscious.
Standing over. I'm standing over your
Suggesting.
unconscious body.
Right on your dick.
I prefer to think of it as crouching and protected.
He's teabagging you.
Yeah, so he's just
Oh, well,
teabagging
there's
me.
that.
And that's it.
All right, Iris.
All right. Let's see. Where's that stupid captain? I feel like I'm shooting the captain because I don't like him.
We don't want to just kill that last guy who's still standing around.
Oh, I'll do that instead.
Yeah, I mean, Red Brand 2 and Ham. 2's wounded at least. He might go down in a hit or two.
But won't the captain pop up before Red
I can tell
Brand
you
2
that you're not
can do
gonna-
anything?
Not going
I-
to damage him enough to change anything, is all I'd say.
Yeah,
Won't
I
immediately change anything.
I think Samir did 8 damage to him and he's wounded, not heavily wounded, so he's pretty beefy.
Okay, I'll go for Red Brand 2 then. Yeah? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna shoot him in the face. Hopefully. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
you
That
did.
was a good job done.
Right between
Right
the
in
eyes.
the face.
Oh,
Jeez.
Seriously?
he,
He's still just heavily wounded?
who is that? Red
Ow.
Brand 2? He's very heavily wounded. If it makes you feel better.
No, it does not.
They don't have a very
Absolutely.
category,
That's
but
nothing
he's
funny.
in it.
Can I just
Jesus,
kind of
Red
run
Brand
up there
2,
and
you're better
punch
than your
him
friend.
too? Ah, fine. I'm done.
Let's see. Red Brand 1.
Stupid Red Brands.
I don't think we're going to be welcome in Phandelver again. Maybe the people don't like these red brands either, and the common people will rise to support us.
I keep waiting for it to happen. They don't seem like good guys.
So you're rolling save.
So,
for
I mean, I know that
Stable.
Varys over there thinks they're fucking
What's that, Nick?
swell, but I can agree with you.
for stable. I didn't try to kill him.
It's almost like y'all are in the
Oh,
wrong.
wait. Who? Oh, right. Okay, never mind.
Saw you roll the dice for 4, like, he's dying. Take
Yeah.
that.
All right, Varys is
He's-
unconscious.
Yes, he's unconscious.
I guess you're just laying on
Ham.
the ground dying.
Takes a swipe at Ursa and hits.
Low damage.
Takes a second swipe at Ursa and hits.
Fellows, looks like our journey ends here. Had a great time though.
All right.
So lucky I'm unconscious.
Red Brand Captain takes a swipe at
Carnage.
Tarek. Hits. Second attack on Tarek. Misses. Third attack on Tarek. Misses.
Still alive.
And Tarek, it's your turn.
Ouch. I cannot hit to save my life.
These dice do not like you.
Color.
I had to change my dice color real fast.
Okay, yeah, apparently it works. Just ask Iris.
Secret to my success.
All right. Red Brand 2 takes a hit at Tarek, misses. Second attack on Tarek hits.
Oh.
Hi, Tarek.
And Tarek is unconscious. Red Brand 3.
I knocked unconscious.
Oh.
You better not be hitting me unconsciously.
Wait, you were unconscious?
He's dying. Yeah, look at his tip. His.
Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah, I just was he unconscious?
Yes, I knocked him out. I didn't try to kill him.
So R3 and R4. Wait. Was Red Brand 4 was also unconscious, right?
Yes, I downed 3 and 4 and made sure that they were regular unconscious, not dying unconscious.
Okay. Samir?
I'm just gonna keep rolling my witch bolt. I don't need to roll for a hit again, right? Just damage.
Let me just make sure. I think that's the case.
Yeah, I think you just spend
You
your
can
action.
use your action just to deal more damage. So yeah, just apply the damage.
All right, another 7. I'll take it.
All right. He appears. He continues to appear lightly wounded.
Jesus Christ, it's not even half his hit points, guys. We are fucked. There's no way we're winning.
Just wait until the next level.
Guess we're going to Red Brand prison.
Yeah.
I mean, Ursa could just apologize. I don't know why y'all are still fighting. It's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, I guess. You want to do that, Ursa? You in?
I did apologize.
Oh my god. We're all
Want
gonna
to try a
die.
different apology?
I don't think it passed the authentic apology test.
Well, that sounds like a them problem. You done, Samir?
Yeah, sorry about that. Let me turn.
All right.
Gotta roll my misses real quick.
Oh
Hey!
no, that's a good one. Ah, he's
Gotcha.
down.
Hey, finally, the villainous Red Brand 2 is done.
Okay. Oh, poor Ham.
Oh, whopping 3 damage.
Yow. Nice one.
Ham was the one that felt bad about not being able to pronounce your name.
Well, now he just gets to get lightly smacked with an axe.
Iris?
Let's see. Should
You
I
do
go
what
for
you want. I got
Ham
no
or the
advice.
captain?
Ham would be quicker to knock out, which might be beneficial.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I will attempt to shoot him in the face, as is my way. Oh,
Big
that did not go
numbers.
well. See, I should have gone for the captain. I felt that one more in my bones.
I feel like we had a chance in this fight if we rolled a little bit better.
Time to change the color of the dice again.
Nice. And you might get another turn. We'll see.
All right, Red Brand 1. And Red Brand 4 is official unconscious. Sharky is... Sharky Sharky was actually dying, right?
Yeah, he
I
got.
mean, I hit him with fire, so he should be in
Yeah.
trouble. He should be still smoldering at the very least. His clothes are all burned off. You can see his butt.
Is that how you shape or sculpt the spell?
I sculpted it directly around the ass region.
Wait a second. Oh no, Varys is...
This is laying on the ground in peace. Still whining about licking boots.
I forgot to actually apply the damage because I knew whatever it was, he'd be unconscious. But we'll just all acknowledge he's unconscious.
I feel like
Ham
y'all don't have to keep saying it.
goes for Ursa and misses. Goes for Ursa again and hits. And takes a chunk out. All right, the captain.
Oh no, not the captain.
Yeah, he's gonna knock the crap
Goes
out of me,
for
unfortunately.
Ursa, hits.
Oh, it's over. That's the end. Oh wait, still up.
One more hit point.
Attack 2.
Oh, I just miss.
Misses. Attack 3. Misses.
A triumph of the human spirit.
Red Brand 2, unconscious. Red Brand 3. Let me just say 2 was unconscious, right?
Yeah, and 2 and 3 and 4 were knocked out by me and are thus not dying.
All the numbered ones are down.
Yeah, we just got Ham. Who is going Ham?
All right.
I mean, it's been fucking nuts. Hate that guy.
Samir?
All right, just gonna keep rolling my witch bolt.
All right.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
I'm trying.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he's
let's see
feeling it.
how's he doing. Still. Well, I guess they consider him wounded. Not
His-
heavily.
I've done 26 damage to him. We clearly can't beat this guy.
27.
His green dot has turned yellow.
Yeah,
little
it's
dots are
yellow,
yellow.
which means he's no longer lightly damaged. He's just regular wounded now.
Fucking fantastic. Love it. I'm gonna not end my turn just so that we don't lose the battle. We're gonna be stuck here forever.
All right.
All right.
Ursa is
All right.
amazingly still up.
You could literally just
what a performance.
Oh, I need to roll to hit first. Sorry. I just
It's
picked up the
okay.
number next to it.
Yeah,
So
well,
I
you
did
hit him
him.
anyway, so that worked.
Oh, okay. Pick up pick up that number first. Of course, it's the minimal damage.
All right.
And-
So.
God dang it.
Oh, okay. He's very hurt though.
Yeah, 12 damage in one turn. He's like, oh, he's not feeling too happy. It's like, Jesus, people are so healthy.
Hopefully they just knock you out and like take you and leave me alone.
I guess I'm done. I don't foresee the captain missing me 3 times.
I don't either. I mean, I think maybe Iris, you and me should on our next turns just make a fucking run for it and try to rescue these guys from Red Brand Prison later.
There was no talk of prison. It's just take our weapons and leave us unconscious.
Hmm. Should I pretend like I can hurt the captain? Or are we still working on Ham?
Well, I mean, I don't know.
You are only hope at this point, almost.
I mean, one
Don't
hit
see any
might
hope.
drop Ham.
Yeah, I mean, at least you'd probably feel a sense of accomplishment would be neat, and still not Ham's turn, so maybe it would save. Maybe they'll kill him and the captain will whiff 3 times. Who knows?
Well, there's also the possibility that they don't have ranged weapons. You can always attack and then move away 6 squares.
Well, I mean, I'm sure he can walk 30. So, if I break that 30, I lose my spell, and I probably should start running. I have a 60 range spell, but I don't think I can stay far enough away from him. Maybe I should have started running earlier.
I'm going to try to shoot him again. Wow, I chose the wrong color. Well, that sucked. Sorry.
Yeah, it does.
I'll choose a better color.
Yeah, which means I might go up before the captain even gets a turn.
All right. Conscious, unconscious. Still up. Ham takes a swing
Miss.
and hits.
I don't feel like Ursa can survive. Well, roll really low. Roll a 1.
If he rolled a 1, I might take 0 damage. I don't know if that system does it, but I don't think there's a way to.
And he hits Ursa with the flat of his weapon and knocks her unconscious.
Does she just collapse on top of me?
Yep.
Ouch.
I don't like that.
We're being polite and arranging our bodies in a pile.
All right. He comes up to you. And he goes walking. He's locked eyes onto Samir.
Didn't like the lightning.
The 3 rounds of incredibly painful lightning. No, you can tell every one of those hit points he took are reading in his eyes right now as he's glaring you down. But he misses.
Miss again, motherfucker.
Misses twice. But he hits.
Ow.
And you're unconscious. Let's see. Tarek's unconscious. I think it's Iris, you're the only one up, right?
Yep.
I believe so.
Yeah, that seems accurate.
Just give
All
up.
right.
Ursa.
Well, for the moment.
So yeah, after he attacked, then he's turned on you. So yeah, you're the last one standing. Your turn.
I don't think you can beat him, but good luck.
Let's see. I really want to shoot him.
You
Is he
can.
too close?
It just
Is he too close?
You have to roll disadvantage, but you can
Well,
shoot
that's
him.
dumb.
Yeah, it's hard
Could
to
break,
unless
you could
Fine,
break up
I'll
the
just-
longsword again.
unless you're Legolas.
Stab him. Okay.
Yeah, you hit him.
All right.
It's okay.
Here, have a
shoot
paper
from the
cut.
other side.
Is it enough?
Ooh,
Is he
look,
dead?
he's finally considered heavily
Ooh.
wounded.
Hey, I feel like I accomplished something.
Yeah.
Did.
Before I
It's not
died.
really enough, but that was pretty impressive.
All right. So we get back around to him. And he looks around for a second and he lowers his weapon. He says, "Do you really want to continue this?" And he passes the turn. Iris, let's see. It's your turn again.
I feel like I have to stab him again. I really don't like bullies. It's a
Come on, crit.
big hot button for me.
All right.
Big
yeah,
number.
you hit him.
All right, come on.
I have a general idea of how many hit points, and I don't think 1d6 is gonna do it. no matter what.
No. But, it's what I've got. So
Good
I give
try.
him another paper
Showing
cut.
a lot better spirit than Varys to die, that's for sure.
All right. You see he's when you attacked him again after he offered to let you surrender, he looks pretty irritated right now. And he says, "Well, I tried." Takes a swing and a miss. A swing and a miss.
I've seen him pull this trick before, though.
3 misses.
Wow.
What? What?
Okay.
All right.
Strikes, right?
Iris.
Well, here we go.
Come
All
on,
right, if you hit him for about 100
Hit.
here, you got him.
That's all I need.
Yeah.
That's such good damage. I'm very impressed.
It's the most I can possibly do.
All right.
Maybe he wants to surrender now. Is that the case?
Hitting him or swing and a miss.
Pitch 2.
Swing and a hit.
Oh.
Little numbers, little tiny baby numbers.
Little-ish for him.
Okay.
Third
Well.
attack.
Come on, miss.
Crit.
I was-
Correct. That can't be good.
That's yikes.
Whirl shit.
All right.
And,
And you're
it was bound
down.
to happen.
So the next question is, where do we wake up?
Yep.
All right. So everything goes dark.
And that's it.
It's
Is
been
that
dark
the
for a
end of
long
our
time for me.
D&D?
What'd
Hang
you
us in
say?
the public square, and that's it.
All right. So you wake up several hours later, you all start coming to. And let's see. We'll see. Tarek, you come to first.
Okay.
And you're in there's a couple of holding cells in the townmaster's hall. You'd recognize them. You've all sort of been piled in there. Your weapons you see them laying outside the cell. It's morning now. And you see Sildar is there.
Oh, good old Sildar.
The townmaster is there. And you also see Halia Thornton, who you recognize as the master of the Phandelver Miners Exchange. And the three of them were kind of like talking. And then they look over and she sees you wake up and she says, "Tarek, it's good to see you're still in sort of one piece."
Is he the only one awake?
He's the only one awake right now. He could wake the rest of you up, but right now he's the only one awake. If he's here.
Can we actually take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, actually, I could use a little stretch break myself. So is 5 minutes sound good? We could do a 5 or a 10er, depending on what people want.
That sounds good to me.
Anything's
Five's
fine.
fine.
A
Either
5er?
works.
All right. So yeah, let's call it a 5, and we'll see everybody back in a few minutes. Let me see. Go to my.
There was no way we were actually winning that fight, huh, Ryan? That guy had way too many hit points.
You were so close, though. You were
15
really
I fucked him up with that witch's bolt.
well. So
Yeah.
basically, hold on. I'm gonna actually, and you need to use the restroom, so I'm gonna. We'll be right back with more Lost Mine of Phandelver. Stay tuned. Give me a transitional pause here. Back on the stream. Hold on. All right, give me 10 seconds. Yeah, give me 10 seconds of transitional silence, and then we'll be back. We could continue talking after that. But all right, we're back from break. In fact, I might have been unmuted saying when I was asking for the 10 seconds of transitional silence. I'm not sure.
I can't tell you. I'm not listening.
But I forget. I know I unmuted myself at some point, but I just didn't want to like unmute your chat like mid-word. So anyways, we were discussing Tom Hanks and Chet Hanks. Well, I think everyone's back. Joss is back to being muted. He's probably eating something crunchy.
Sorry, I was making dinner plans for tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Oh,
But also, I would like to point out to everyone that we are only in this situation because no one listened to me. But okay, whatever.
yeah. All he wanted to do was respect the Red Brands as the peacekeepers that they are.
All Joss wanted to do was just play kowtow to the mob.
Oh no!
I mean,
we'll see.
I'm
Let me wake up
opinion
first.
of the brands, but nobody really wanted to listen to that either.
Is that Ethan?
That was Ethan.
No, what did he say?
I got the last part of it. Something about no one wanted to listen to that either.
Yeah.
I was saying I had my own opinion of the red brands.
Yeah, but their ultimatum was give us your weapons, and that doesn't seem very conducive to adventuring.
Well, just your
I
weapons.
just offered to give my weapon. I don't care about my weapon. I've never used it.
I don't think I've used mine really either, except for once.
Yeah, you've been more using your attack cantrips, huh?
Trying.
You've used them to good effect. So before we ended our break, we were in a situation where Tarek is the first one to wake up. You've all been your unconscious body is piled into a holding cell in the townmaster's hall. The townmaster is present, along with Sildar and Halia Thornton, the head of the Phandelver Miners Exchange, who saw Tarek starting to wake up.
Clarifying question. When you say present, do you mean present in jailed with us?
No.
Or on the other side?
They're outside the cell.
Okay.
And the three of them, like they were talking when they saw Tarek come about, and the woman, Halia, saw Tarek waking up and said something to the effect of, "Oh, I'm glad to see you're still in one piece, sort of."
And I'm going to respond with, and a good morning to you too.
She kind of chuckles. She said, you should be grateful to just find yourself in this cell. I persuaded the good captain that you were here, your group was on business here with the Miners Exchange, and I made my apologies on your behalf for the misunderstanding coming into town. I may have embellished a bit and suggested that I had instructed you that no one was to touch the belongings in the wagon, and that you had resisted their interrogation at my direction. As it is, here we are, we have you in a holding cell. And it is to the townmaster's discretion if and when to let you go. Which means since I'm here, it's now to my discretion. Can you explain why you went to war with the Red Brands last night?
At this point, I'm going to start trying to wake up some of the other members of the group.
All right, I can say while you're talking, you were able to shake, and everyone sort of woke up to hearing her say that last bit.
So we're awake?
Yep.
Oh, finally.
Stand up and brush myself off.
Did they take our stuff?
Your stuff is piled outside the holding area, but you see it looks like all your stuff is there.
Okay, I'm gonna stand up.
I'm gonna whisper to
around.
whoever's near me. Should I hit him with a ray of frost? Ready. I'm ready to go. I still got cantrips.
I'm gonna talk to the people, the guards.
All right. Well, and so what you see is there's a town master. He's sort of like an overweight politician kind of looking dude. There's Sildar,
Politician?
who you've already met. Yeah, this guy is like he looks like kind of a mayor of sorts.
No, Brad can hit him with the ray of frost then.
And then, but he's deferring to this Halia Thornton person, basically letting her do the talking. And Sildar is just kind of watching, like this is not his jurisdiction, but he's watching with interest.
While everybody else is still kind of rubbing the sleep out of their eyes, I'm going to tell Halia thank you for vouching on our behalf. We cannot possibly thank you enough. As for the events that transpired last night, I'm actually going to have to refer to my comrades to see what their just cause was, as I was just trying to back them up.
Oh, they were trying to steal from the wagon and then take us for money, and when we didn't have it, apparently
They were not trying to take us for money. They simply wanted an apology, which you did owe them.
they're not
He
the
tried
guards.
to tax him with weapons.
This
That
is
seems
not-
the same as money to me.
They're bandits.
This fine gentleman here appears to be the mayor of this town or something. Why would he be standing with bandits? You're just being ridiculous. Why would bandits knock us out instead of killing us?
They clearly got leverage on him. They were bandits. It was obvious. They're the Red Reds, not the town guards.
Halia says, "Excuse me. Apparently you really don't know how things work here, and maybe Tarek hasn't explained it very well to you. But the Red Brands are the closest thing that this town has to a town watch, for better or for worse. And until something better is arranged, that is what we have in Phandelver."
And you sound so thrilled with it.
Close as you get, huh? Okay, well, yeah. Okay, you can
But
just let us out of
please-
here, I think.
I still want to get I want to get an idea. I want to get the story of what happened.
Oh, we were asleep when we heard your Red Brand dragging an old woman from her home and dragging her off somewhere.
Sister
And we wanted to see what was going on. And when we get downstairs, we're getting shaken down by your guards. I say with air quotes.
Yeah, air quote him.
So, Halia, to summarize, if you didn't catch, we were woken in the middle of the night by Sister Gurael, shrieking and trying to wrest free from the Red Brand guards who were tearing her from her home. We came out to investigate and were immediately approached by Rolf and his band.
Of thugs, I add.
And in trying to...
It sounds like I think Ethan is dealing with he's got
Child
he
aggression.
has a
That wasn't
he has a-
that was you making that sound because my character is very upset.
that's the sound Brad makes when he's incarcerated.
So yeah, we were trying to investigate when Rolf threatened a member of my party with either being knocked unconscious or being forced to hand over our weapons, when at this point we've done no overtly aggressive acts towards anyone in town. At that point was when the fight broke out.
Okay, and I just wanted to run by you what the good captain told me had happened to see if you disagree with his assessment that his men did attempt to collect fees, which one of you agreed to pay. However, this Ingvilda acted threatening and evasive towards them and then challenged them to find her at the inn, which was reported to their leadership and determined that such challenges could not go unanswered. And that when the Red Brands were assembled outside the inn, they'd asked simply for the one person to surrender their weapons and offer an apology to the two guards who had been offended. Is that accurate?
Sounds like they got paid and they still got their feelings hurt.
Well, I understand you may have different interpretations of the rightness or wrongness of their actions. I just want to know if the sequence of events are factually correct.
I can't speak for the feelings of those two crybabies.
That is completely true. And then our companions here.
Hey, how about you shut
aggressively.
it, Barrett?
We are here because of you and Ursa's ridiculous actions.
Oh yeah, gee, how crazy of me not to hand over my weapons to a band of thugs.
Where are your weapons
I
now?
would like to
Do you have them?
cast
So what's the
Ray of
difference?
Frost at Varys to die.
I'll hold up my right hand. I will hold up my left hand and my right hand and go, my weapons are right here.
Yeah,
Are you attacking me for real?
No, I'm not really going to attack you, Varys.
She raises
Saving my
her,
Ray
she
of
raises
Frost.
her hand
Goddamn
up
motherfucker.
and she says, I can see there's some division within your ranks here. The question
That's
that
just
I
the
need
one
to
guy.
determine is, if I am to give my recommendation that you be released, what reason will I have to provide Captain Rolfe that you will, from this point, recognize their authority here?
No, I'm not a big fan of tyranny. I'd probably rather just stay in jail. Those Red Brand, that's not a legitimate law-keeping organization, and you know it.
I recognize the legitimacy.
You know what recognize the legitimacy of any tin-pot dictator you see, Varys.
I see no
I
other
think
law
we
in this
should
town.
let Varys out for sure. He
Varys-
will do whatever the Red Brands say, and I can promise you that 100%. So let him go, for sure.
Yeah, if I told Varys I was the guard here, I think he'd believe me.
Well, are you?
Sure.
Well, then you should have learned to respect your colleagues. And then we could get out of here.
Oh, my colleagues are bandits and thugs who like to shake down people from out of town and steal them steal the money for all they're worth.
Does anybody know what happened with Sister Garel? Is she okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like that is going to have some bearing on my reaction.
Sister Garel was taken by the Red Brands. I was assured she'd be unharmed. She's being held for what they call questioning until this situation has been resolved here.
But you don't know is what you're saying, bitch boy.
What I'm saying is a lot of what happens depends on our discussion right here and my assessment.
Sounds like you got zero control over this town and you're being pushed around by a group of bandits. That's what it sounds like to me.
Wouldn't say I'm
Oh.
getting pushed around.
Yeah, you.
They aren't the one
But
in
your
jail.
assessment is not entirely inaccurate.
Well, would you like us to help sort this problem?
She turns to
You can
the
lie to them
to the
and say
town
whatever you
master
want.
and says,
We'll get
Town
rid of them."
master, I need to have a private discussion with these individuals. Would you please leave? And the town master's like, sure, Halia, just let me know if you need anything. And She says, "Take your friend with you." And he says, Sildar, would you mind? And Sildar's looking very kind of uncertain about all this, and kind of looks you guys over and does like just a very slight like shrug and follows the townmaster out of the townmaster's hall, so that Halia is just remaining the only person left. And she says, "I think we can come to an agreement, an arrangement."
All ears.
There was... Captain Rolf is actually a decent man. He lost control of the Red Brands because the town couldn't pay them for security services, so they went bad. Several years ago, they started to go bad. They were originally hired to be our guards. Rolf Redbrand, their captain, was attempting to broker a deal. I was going to speak on behalf of the merchants to arrange a formal taxation so that we could pay for security in return for them going straight. This happened about 6 months ago. When Rolf pitched this to the Red Brands, there was a rebellion, and he was subdued, and another individual in their faction took control. Rolf is no longer in command, although he is still a captain. I don't like the person who's running the Red Brands now. I would prefer an orderly town. I would prefer an organization that respects the order, the citizens, and business, and doesn't go into this racket-type behavior. So I'd like to offer, I'll let you go if you agree to kill Glassstaff, the current leader of the Red Brands. You leave
Are you trying
Rolf.
to make us assassins?
You leave Rolf
Just
alone.
capture him and bring him to you. I don't really want to murder people for hire either. I'm kind of with Varys on this one.
Why don't you do it?
This is how I do it.
Do you think that Rolf could be brought along our side? Because that guy is kind of tough and wrecked all of us. We could probably use his support. If he stands in the way as well as someone as strong or stronger, we're going to have some issues.
The most that I
you
can
say
do...
he's still a good man, can he be convinced to at least step aside and maybe even help us?
Let's just say that in one-to-one combat, Rolf could destroy Glassstaff. It's not a matter of him needing help. It's that the faction turned on him when he attempted to tell them it was time to go straight.
Again,
he cannot be involved in the rebellion. He already did that and he lost. The most I can do is keep him out of the fray. Because if he gets involved, he's going to be under orders from Glassstaff.
Very good. I think Varys is right that we are not assassins. Murdering is not justice.
It's not murder.
Removing from
Some common
power
sense.
is another thing. It's a very good thing and would constitute justice.
I mean, we could always go and take him hostage or prisoner, as it were. You can let Rolf take power
Look,
back and then
if
do
you
justice.
can arrest Glassstaff, I can convince the townmaster to take him into custody.
Will it be deputized? So this is a legal act?
No. This will not be an act. This will not be an act. We don't want an act that's going to be traced back. If it fails, it's going to be traced back as something to be taken out on the town. If it fails, it's going to be the upstarts who came into town that just have a problem with the Red Brands. Breaking out of jail to get their revenge. That's a story we can sell. If the leader is taken out, I believe Rolf can reassume command of the Red Brands, and we can resume our negotiations.
I mean, guys, I'm not speaking to. I'm speaking just to the guys now. I mean, obviously that person can hear me. It's probably the only way we're getting out of here. Getting rid of what's his name seems like it's in the interest of justice and improving Phandelver. I think we should take it.
I'm fine with it. I'd kind of like a smack of revenge.
Seems more like in this person's interest than any kind of justice. I think this is a horrible idea.
It's
So if you guys don't mind me throwing in my 2 bits to kind of explain a little bit why I left Phandelver, was because I was actually in the middle of Halia and Rolf trying to get the town and the Red Brands to go straight instead of acting like a mafia. Glassstaff created basically a civil war within the Red Brands. I had to run because I was the messenger between the townmaster, Rolf, and Halia. That's why I haven't been home in months. If we can get this done, I can feel safe coming home. Rolf will get the Red Brands straight, and Halia can resume operations for the mining guild.
were the Red Brands good and just law system before Glassstaff took over?
Glassstaff kind of was a thorn that pushed them in that direction and really wanted to keep them going that way. Rolf wanted everything to go straight and them act as a proper town guard.
Well, I will say with this new information, instead of making a rash decision, I would be okay with it, but I refuse to kill anyone. I
Yeah,
will take him into custody if they promise not to kill him.
Once he's in custody, if he gets found guilty, then I mean,
Well, of course, just in due law, that's fine. Just
Yeah.
no summary execution in the street. I would go along with this then.
She says,
Iris, what do you think?
She says, I wouldn't mind if you killed him, but what I'm concerned about is that he be removed. However, that can be accomplished.
Iris, do you have an opinion?
I kind of like the idea of getting rid of this fella, or handing him over to the proper justice.
All right. Yeah, I'd
That's
really
fine,
like to run away and get Gundren free, but guess we got to do this first because it's a quest.
I
We
feel like
could
we
be-
can't get information if everybody's running scared and we're in jail.
I mean, we could be
In
going
jail
after
part's
Gundren
probably
if
going to limit our data
Iris
gathering.
just
to a degree.
apologized.
I don't
no.
think an apology would have ended up working.
Nah, he apologized. They didn't accept. It's not his fault. Her fault, rather.
Regardless, it's fine.
It seemed pretty sincere to me from around the corner of the building.
I mean, I'm very sorry I had to knock 3 or 4 of them unconscious before I fell myself.
I think we all pretty much agree here, though. We're willing to try to take this guy down, get him out of there. Let's get out of prison. How do you feel, guys?
Yep.
I'll go along with that.
And
I mean, it seems like Tarek, you're probably like emotionally invested in this quest, right? You're digging it.
Yeah, so long as my aunt doesn't find out.
All right, cool.
Okay, just tell us who your aunt is and we won't tell her. We're no snitches.
Halia says, before we finalize anything, I still would like some more general information about who you are and what you're doing here. Considering that I did vouch for you, I feel that I should have some better understanding of what your business is here.
We're here in search of Todd Rundgren, the dwarf who was kidnapped.
Can we pretend you said Gundren Rockseeker?
Yes, you can pretend that.
I feel like the joke has
His
become
name's
more
Todd now.
We seek Gundren Rockseeker. He sent us here on a mission, but was waylaid by goblins along the road. We chased him down to their lair and defeated their bugbear boss and got some info that apparently he's been taken to Cragmaw Castle. So he came here hoping we could find some information to free Gundren.
Yeah, this was just a We were delivering
wagon.
something for someone else's.
Then some bandits got us here in town after we beat the bandits outside of town.
Gundren Rockseeker sends in a band with a wagon full of mining supplies. Well, that covers the story that you're here on business for me. The Gundren Rockseeker, he's been abducted, you say?
By goblins, bugbears, or whatever they are.
And taken to some place called Cragmaw Castle?
Cragmaw Castle.
So they say.
I am aware of the Cragmaw clan. And I am also, let's just say I have my ear to the ground in this town, and I know a lot of the comings and goings, and I am aware that the Red Brands have guests from the Cragmaws that stay with them in their hideout. I also have an interest in seeing Gundren rescued. He would be good for this town. He was in the middle of establishing business here. So I want to let you know that there's possibly information to be found about the Cragmaws in the Red Brand hideout.
I guess you're not going to give us that information unless we do your little task first.
I don't have the information. I don't know where Cragmaw Castle is. I'm just telling you. I am aware that there are creatures, goblins, bugbears, associating with the Red Brands who may know more and may have information that would be helpful to you.
Maybe if we help out Rolf, he'll give us some information about the Cragmaw.
Rolf doesn't know shit. We'll have to beat up some of their little lackeys on the way to their leader and just learn what we can.
Oh, violence again from you. What a surprising suggestion.
And I'm assuming also, while we're at this, when we take down their boss, we should be able to help Sister Gorelli as well, right? You realize she should not be taken by these thugs.
She should not be taken by these thugs. No. And I believe that those were under the orders of Glassstaff. I'm not under the impression... In fact, I'm under the impression that most of what happened last night, even though Rolf led the operation, I don't believe Rolf was happy to take the actions that he took last night. And I think the only one that would be enthusiastic about holding Sister Gurael would be from Glassstaff and his orders and motivations.
All right. Anything else important that we should know before we start making our plans to take care of your little problem for you?
Well, it's going to be hard for you at this point to just go back around about town, but you have to be subtle until you make your move. You're going to have to make your move quickly. If you want to avoid contact with the Red Brands, you may want to be subtle about it. If you do have contact with the Red Brands prior to making your move, I would suggest you play politics and act subservient.
Hear that, Irsa? You think you can do that? Because I don't think you can do that. I think we should stay away from them altogether until we make our move.
That sounds like a long shot.
If you can't do that, then you can pay me. I can run an errand boy to pick up anything you may need, food, provisions.
Wait, where are we paying you? This is
we
your
can just rest
task.
up here in jail and move directly from jail if we had our stuff. I wouldn't mind that. This jail is filthy and disgusting, but I can imagine worse.
The reason I'm offering for you to pay me is in case there was business that you needed to conduct in town, but because you can't, I'm willing to offer services to accommodate whatever purchases you may need to make.
I think mostly we're here in town for information, which can't be accomplished.
I don't think I need much of anything. What about the rest of you guys?
I'm not paying you a single thing.
It wouldn't have been paying me. I was offering one of my errand boys to run errands for you for free.
You should be paying me. I paid good money for safe passage in this town, and I'm being embroiled in some civil war.
Starting to second guess this deal.
Varys, how about you shut up, buddy?
She says, I'm coming back tomorrow. You can all think about it. And then tomorrow we'll have another discussion. Does that sound reasonable?
I think we're all agreed today, but if you need time,
it doesn't
to
sound
get us
like
free.
you're all agreed today. Doesn't sound like you're all agreed to cooperate with me when I offer to do something nice for you and I get spat at. And she walks out. She walks out the door. She looks extremely pissed off, and she walks out the door.
I just hang my head and shake.
Cast Ray of Frost at Varys and I.
Out of all the things that have been said, that's what gets to her. I feel like we shouldn't be paying.
If you've ever seen a halfling facepalm almost so hard that they knock themselves over, this would be the time.
We're rendering her a service. She should be paying us. This is ridiculous.
She was saying, like, hey, if you need errands, run out of town while you're not here laying low, I will pay my errand boy to buy things for you. It's like, hey, if you want to hire someone from me, I will give them the money so that you can hire them. She wasn't saying, give me money, please.
Misunderstandings.
So this person asking for free money, or for not free money, you have an issue with, but the guard shaking you down for money that they don't earn, that's where you have an issue.
Yeah, the red branch.
I was being promised safe passage into the city.
Or send him out on his own.
So what happens is these people are shady. They say, give us money and you can go about your business. And then they come back later and attack us. So out of the monastery, you need to kind of look at people and go, oh, this guy's unkempt, kind of gross looking and talking down to us. He's probably not a good person. We probably shouldn't just, placate him, because they'll come back later and not keep their word.
But it is clear what you people who are not raised in the monastery are like. And I'm just going to go to the corner of the cell and start praying.
Beyond that.
I have my little holy symbol thingy, so I'll just bring that up and start muttering to myself.
So after a couple minutes, while you're talking, the town master comes back in, and he looks a little bit shaken, like maybe someone just yelled aggressively at him a moments before. And then Sildar follows him in, and he just there's a desk in the corner, and he goes and just sits down and starts pretending he's busy shuffling papers, the town master. And then Sildar approaches the cell. And he says, wow, it's quite a night you've had.
I'm like, yeah, I hit him with that witch bolt really hard.
So did you come to bat for us either, Sildar?
I'm honestly trying to just assess the politics of this place. I don't think I'm in a position to dictate terms.
I mean, you could have at least said that, we saved you from goblins.
Oh, they know that. I've explained my story. At least to the town master. I'm not familiar with. In fact, I didn't really know Halia until shortly before Tarek woke up. She came in, and she didn't have a lot to say to me. But I'm under the impression, and he looks over at the town master. So I think she may be the person who's really running this town.
Yeah, that kind of seems to be the case.
She also wants us to assassinate someone. So
I look over to see if the town master is paying attention, and I nod.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I look over to see that the town master's not paying attention, and I just nod, very exaggerated.
Thank you, Sildar. Thank you for speaking up for us. It looks like we're spending the night here because of, I don't know, one of us. I'm not sure which one of us might have bungled the communication there.
You could just tell Ursa she should have apologized. It's fine.
I did apologize.
Listen, fellas, we're just going in circles here. I'm gonna meditate. I'm in pretty bad shape here.
Actually, that sounds like a great idea. You can join me over here.
I'm gonna chill for a bit. We're not getting out of here today. Sildar, can you please make sure that they feed us and water us? I'm off to meditate.
Yeah, he says, yeah, I think that they are provisioned to take care of people that they hold here. So, yeah, the town master looks up and he's like, yeah. Are you all hungry?
Very.
Like,
Totally hungry.
Hold on now.
Hungry, thirsty, all that. Do you have any wine, good sir?
Oh, no, prisoners don't get wine. And he opens it, like there's a door to like a supply room, and he walks in, and he comes out, and he's basically got like this big dish, and he pours a bunch of like oats and stuff into it, and he slides it like under the bars, and there's like a bucket of water in the corner, and he's like, well, here's some food for you. I think I put enough in there for all of you. And let me know if you need anything else. I'll be right over here. Goes back to his desk.
Thanks a lot for the slot bucket.
I, for one, am happy. It's vegetarian.
Town master looks great. I'm going to get straight to that meditation, though.
Well, I'll just say a quick prayer over dinner. And by prayer, I mean cast Goodberry. And hand out everyone a berry. Like, here, this is...
I'm also going to make it taste like... I can make it... I mean, I still have prestidigitation. I'm going to make it taste like probably some beluga caviar. Shit.
Okay.
Wait, what does Goodberry do again?
I don't know if I can post it in thing.
Is it just healing us?
I make 10 berries. If you eat a berry, it restores 1 hit point, but also it provides enough nourishment to sustain you for 1 day. So it will both feed and water you, as it were.
Nice.
And
I eat oats.
And I can make 10 berries, so each person can have 2 and have like 2 hit points back, and at least be sustained for the day.
Okay, I'll take
and
berries
basically
and
at
mix
this
it with
point,
oats and have some.
Too, you guys could just sleep and regain. I mean, you'll regain all of your hit points by just sleeping.
It's also the berry is you don't have to eat slop.
Oh, yeah.
Because it will sustain you for a day.
But it looked like oats, so now we have oats and berries.
Oh,
yeah! Didn't say
Wow, that's
slop.
good.
He said it was oats.
Mix
we
a
have
little
oatmeal
water.
now.
Probably unflavored oatmeal, which is slop.
Well, you put the berries in; it's not unflavored anymore.
Porridge.
I, for one, eat the oats and enjoy it. So
I mean, if you've ever taken like a bowl and taken a spoonful of oats and slop it in there, that's the sound it makes. Slop.
Look, I personally am not going to eat oats, but my character is.
Oats. They're very good for you.
All right. Well, so what we can basically do is just say,
we rest.
like, you can rest. It doesn't look like there's much of a chance for you to get out. So you can just wait. I mean, you could try to break out, I guess.
I'm not
Wait, no,
interested.
Tarek would not have his thieves' tools. Never mind.
Oh, who needs thieves' tools when you got muscles?
I guess, yeah, you could just attempt to break the bend the bars.
If I see you try to break out, I'm telling.
No.
I don't think he's interested.
No, we'll wait.
All right. So, I'll say, like at around, I don't know, once it gets dark outside, a couple of red brands come in.
Oh, good.
Like the town master leaves, and a couple of red brands come in, and they sit at the desk. They don't even pay any attention to you. They just like, the town master hands them the jail keys and speaks to them for a minute and then leaves.
The Night Watch.
And then they just sit down and one of them goes into the storage room, refills your oats, and then sits back down at the at
Do you
desk.
recognize these red brands from kicking their asses, or are these different ones?
No, these are different. These don't look like they've been recently throttled. But they actually look a little intimidated by you guys. Like they're not making eye contact.
Is it custom beer burn one of them alive?
I mean, I've rested now, right? I probably could kill them pretty easily, but I'm probably not going to.
And after about 2-3 more hours, Halia comes back. She's being escorted by like a heavily armored, looks like guard with her. This guy looks like he could mess, like he looks like a professional merc. Like yeah, he just looks like a hired muscle bad guy. Badass guy. She walks in with him and she looks at the 2 red brands and she says, "You guys can take a break now." And they're like, "But Rolf said," she's like, "Rolf said you can take a break now." They're like, "Yeah, yes, ma'am." And they get up and leave. And as they get up, you see one of them just like opens a drawer in the desk and drops the keys in there, and then they take off.
I whisper to Varys, we would want to get out of here, so stop being a dumb bitch, okay?
I don't even acknowledge that.
Fair enough.
That's fair. So she turns and looks at you and she says, "Well, you all look much more rested now, much more well-tempered, perhaps." And she looks at Varys and gives him like a surprisingly warm smile.
Oh, sure, I'll just smile back then. I just smile like, oh, okay.
Oh, should we made up?
Yeah, apparently so.
She says the terms that we discussed this morning, are you still amenable to them at this point?
Yeah, sound good to me.
Very much so.
Is everyone on board?
Yes. Absolutely.
You know I am.
And she turns to her guard and she says, "They're about to escape." And he nods and he goes over to the desk and he takes the keys out.
Well, I don't plan on escaping if we need to stay here.
And he walks over and unlocks
Hand over Varys's mouth.
unlocks the door, opens it, and he says, "I certainly hope they don't get away." He walks back, puts the keys in the desk, and she says, "I think our business here is done." And she looks back to you and she says, "Do you need anything else from me?"
So I'll walk out and start collecting my stuff.
And I say, no, thank you. We'll take care of the matter we discussed and be back to you as soon as possible.
Well, wait. Do we know where he is?
Where he hangs out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a question I was going to ask, but she ran.
Oh, wait, no, she says, "I know they have a hideout somewhere near town."
Near town. Okay.
Or on the outskirts. It's hidden. I don't know where it is, but I know that they frequently meet at Tressendar Manor.
Oh.
They mostly hang out at the Sleeping Giant, but when they have official Red Brand meetings, they meet at the manor. I've also seen them coming and going, or heard tell of them coming and going from the woods to the east of the Alderleaf Farm as well. I suspect either one of those routes could lead to, with a little bit of investigation, uncovering their hideout. It's part of whatever peace I have with them. I have not attempted to infiltrate their hideout myself.
is a lot of work for a favor.
Oh,
Well,
and
we're
work,
out of jail. So that's good.
and work that we're willing to do.
She looks up at you again, and she gets very. Her eyes like sort of firm up.
And it's work we're
And
willing to do. Let's go,
You see the
Varys.
guard standing next to her, sees the look on her face, and he starts to, like, you can see him physically clench up. She says, Varys, that was your name, right?
Yes. Good to meet you.
I'm going to remember you, Varys. We'll see you after the operation, and then, well, we'll go from there. And she walks out.
Well, I think that went well, at least.
No. You angered her very much.
I don't believe so.
Once, twice.
She took the time to learn my name, and she's looking forward to meeting me.
When people like
she's
that know your name, that's a bad thing.
That doesn't make any sense to me. I just go start gathering my stuff.
I cast Ray of Frost at Varys to die. Okay, so guys, where do you want to go first? You mentioned the inn, a farm, and the manor.
So we could either.
Tarek might have
By
more
the
information.
farm?
Eric, do you have more information?
Let me double check my notes.
So, well, you know what? I fed Tarek a lot of information over the last 24 hours. So, and I'm assuming he's not holding anything back. Tarek knows basically what you were just told, that they have a hideout nearby. And that he used to run these secret messenger missions for Rolf to try to broker this like peace deal with the town. And he would either he mostly only ever hung out with the Red Brands at the Sleeping Giant. He didn't go to their hideout, but when he would meet Rolf for these missions, he would meet either at the ruins of Tressendar Manors, like a ruins of an old manor. He'd either meet them at the ruins, or he'd meet them in the forest. There was an old oak with a conspicuous X marked in the oak, and sometimes he'd meet Rolf there, or he'd check there, and messages would be left for him.
Thanks, Tarek.
Well, I did. In all fairness, like I infobombed Ethan over the last 24 hours, so I'm willing
literally 24 hours ago.
Yeah. So I'm willing to say what he would know if he's like furiously going through his notes. Yeah.
So do we want?
Doesn't sound like they really hang out in the woods. Sounds like they just drop stuff there. You can't just hang out at a tree marked with an X, can you? You can, but why would you?
Right, but I mean, it's a stop. It's a stop for an info dump if they have messengers running.
Yeah, which means someone has to walk there from somewhere, and maybe they walk there from their hideout, and a trail would lead back. Or we could check out the manor and see what's going on there, and maybe get some information.
Manor sounds spooky, so I'd kind of like to visit. When I looked at the map, I thought it was just a manor, but then G-Law told me it was ruins, and now my interest is piqued.
Well, if you zoom in on the map, you can see that the manor, it's like all busted.
Oh, well, I don't know a lot about manors, I guess.
I thought they all had big chunks missing out of them.
I mean, I would think maybe we could go to the tree and hope to find a trail, but I'm also fine trying to sneak to the manor and taking a poke around there if that's what everyone prefers.
I mean, I just prefer not to go to the inn. It seems like the chance of somebody getting tipped off is awfully high.
Yeah, the inn seems foolish.
The other two seems fine to me.
Is the jail inside the town master's hall? Is that where we are on the map?
Yeah. You're in the town master's hall. I mean, it's sort of like a mayor's office, sheriff's office type of like a combo. Like you could see that maybe sometimes they hold meetings here, but there is a holding cell like in the back.
If we want to sneaking over to the Alderley farm in the woods near it seems easier than sneaking to the manor.
Is the oak kind of between the Alderley farm and the manor in the woods, basically? Because I don't know that was really.
It would basically be like, I'll mark if you got the map open. Let me share it in case anyone's closed it. The oak would be like basically right around here.
You know, if we had to get to the manor from there, we could always just go due north from the oak tree and just climb some cliffs.
It'd be the less likely watched. Plus, since Rolf knows that I'm back in town, if there was any intent of leaving a message.
Well, I mean, she said she would handle Rolf and keep him out of it, but I see no problem with taking some initiative of our own to make sure that's the case. Might still be a little mad at me from all the lightning.
And Iris, I think it looked like you were trying to talk, but I think you have like you might have some pretty aggressive sound suppression because I just heard just like a second. Right,
I was just saying I liked the idea of going to the tree. And then going from there.
All right. Hey, Brad, I don't know if you can do anything about this, but you got like a hum, like an electric buzz coming through.
I can't imagine where it's coming from.
Okay, I'm not sure.
I'll mute myself more.
Yeah, it's not huge, but I was just like, sometimes it's just like, even if a jack is loose on headphones or something, it can sound like that.
Is that better?
Yeah.
I think it was feedback from my phone. I put it too close to the mic.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, no, it's perfect. Okay. All right. So, basically, is that what you're all free to leave? Are you going to go to where the tree is?
Yeah, I'd say we cut, once we leave the Townmaster's Hall, cut through the field to the little fence area, and then just follow the stone fence to Alderley Farm, and then just...
While we're there, I'd kind of like to take a peek at Alderley Farms just to see if there's any red brands around there. Not that I want to shoot them with magic or anything, just curious.
Maybe check on the health of Tarek's aunt.
I mean, she was doing fine a couple days ago, before we got thrown into
Well, just in
lockup.
case there was any blowback from us causing mischief. But we don't have to. That was just a thought.
Yeah, that I would say that's you can. I mean, if Tarek would be the one who'd have the better idea if he thinks we should be worried.
I mean, I don't believe that we would need to, but if it's on our way, we could stop, say hi, maybe grab some food on the go.
Yeah, like you'd literally almost need to sneak by not to be seen if his aunt happens to be looking out a window. If you were just going to go straight to the woods, you're basically cutting across her property, so you're definitely passing right by.
Depends if she's got crops growing or not.
So I'll say it's after dark at this point. It's like
we could stalk through the corn.
Or at like 9 or 10 at night. And I'll say as you're approaching, you see it looks like it's mostly dark, but it looks like there might be like a candle on inside. And Tarek, you recognize it's like a candle, which would be by her bed, which from having stayed with her, sometimes she likes to read. And that's when she tends to use that candle. So you're imagining she's in bed reading just based on seeing the candle on. And you do not see any red brands around.
I indicate to the group, it looks like everything's normal. She's probably reading some old book, like usual.
So we shouldn't disturb her then?
All right, let's
let her rest.
All right. So, yeah, at this point in night, there's really no activity out in this direction. So you have no problem getting out to the forest. Tarek remembers where the tree is, and you find it without incident. And it's basically you're in the middle of the woods, and there's sort of aged large like trees, and there's the oak with the X in it, and to the north there's some thick bushes, and the slope starts to go up to the north of the trees. Like there's a big thicket of bushes like a bit north of the tree, and that's where there's nothing at the tree. There's no message or anything on there right now.
Are there any obvious tracks of people coming to this tree frequently and leaving boot prints going off in a direction that's not towards the town?
Whoever's got the best survival skill could roll.
I've got a 3, so I imagine if I might be able to assist Iris, who's probably better than me, I'd imagine.
I also have a 3.
Yeah, Iris got a +5 survival. So if you want to with advantage roll a survival check. To roll with advantage, before you roll, you're gonna hit the ADV button on the bottom left of Fantasy Grounds. That's gonna cause your next roll to roll with advantage. And there you go. All right, you don't see a ton of traffic here, and in terms of like fresh traffic, but you can see a little bit like evidence that there's like a slight trail worn from some kind of regular, like maybe not even every day, but like there's signs of some kind of regular use, and it looks like there are footsteps leading right into what appears to be like a thicket of bushes against where the like where the cliffside where it starts to get steep and there's a thicket of bushes. It looks like someone's been walking right into those bushes.
Do we all see that, or just stars?
Well, she would see it, and the people tracking with her would see that.
Gotcha.
So should we follow the footsteps?
That seems reasonable to me.
Okay.
I guess we can start being maybe somewhat cautious of our steps.
Do we need to roll stealth?
Well, I'll just say, yeah, you can all roll stealth if you want to, for starters. I mean, basically, it goes right into the foliage, so you're gonna have to like push aside branches and bushes. It's you're gonna make probably some noise if
Let's
you're
try not
literally
to,
gonna follow, because the footsteps go like straight into what looks like just some thick bushes where normally people wouldn't walk.
I would assume the goal is to at least just not be loud oaths.
All right, so
How are y'all doing the stealth?
When you're on your character sheet, there's a skills section, and then just pick up the die and
on it.
pick up the die and just throw it on the rolling section.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
all right, so
Baby Ferris.
you're all sort of delicately moving aside bushes, and then
Except for Ferris.
and then
Clonk,
Ferris is
clonk,
like,
clonk.
"Why are you guys being so quiet?" And he breaks a bunch of bushes. No, you don't. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but it's the noise equivalent of having done that.
His armor gets stuck in a branch.
But you see, as you push into the bushes, just almost immediately you can see there is a tunnel. There's like an entrance. There's a tunnel going north into the hillside, and it doesn't take a lot of force to get in there. Like, it really feels like people could be walking in and out of this thing all the time and just barely disturbing the bushes. It's very easy to push through them.
So would this put us maybe in line with Tressendar Manor? Like maybe this is going into a sub-basement, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, based on where you seem to be, it looks like the tunnel goes dead set into the center of what would be underneath the manor.
Maybe this place connects to the manor.
Seems likely.
Guess I'll clonk
Wait.
up and say, so are we going to go through it?
I guess we should.
I got my heavy metal boots on. What are we doing now?
Hey guys, look, I'm learning the tambourine.
I like exploring the drum music.
Yeah, I guess we can
Important.
go through the tunnel if everyone's.
And we want to hit a
Yeah,
marching
let's
order.
go fight in a tunnel.
Yeah, I think. Let me make sure I'm gonna open the party sheet.
I think we have the
And-
marching order there, right?
I don't know if we want to maintain that marching order.
Which one
It's
is
a
the?
classic.
It's called the party sheet.
Yeah, it's the
Okay,
second
yeah.
icon, and then
Yeah.
there's a tab called order along the right.
Are we able to walk side by side, or are we going to go single file?
Actually, this is. Let me see. It's like a 5. You're gonna have to go single file. You could actually squeeze 2 people into a 5x5, but if you had to fight or anything, you wouldn't be able to do it.
I think Varys and I are melee, so maybe we want to be front, and then move Tarek and Iris more to the back.
All right. So kind of like
Does that seem reasonable to everybody?
Who would be in the backpack? Because I have Ursa first, then Varys. Can you see the order menu?
Yes,
Can't
I
do
can.
the order.
I just figured I could zoom out. I could see it, yeah.
Does that? I mean,
It looks good to me.
you
Samir,
like
you're
that
fine,
order?
fine in the back.
As long as nobody attacks us from behind, I'm cool. Even then, I'll just shoot him with fire or something.
We could do like this. That
As long as I
I
don't
think
have to
either would be
march in there
fine.
next to him, and I just guessed her as Samir.
the most important thing is that Tarek is protected.
Yes, protect poor
At least
Tarek.
that seems to be the theme of this marching order.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yep, that's looks good to me.
I like it.
Oh, let me spend 5 minutes removing all of the icons of the red brands you got in a fight with earlier from the battle tracker.
Now, do you have to hit a button to make us long rest too, so we're not all unconscious, or are we?
That's a good point. Yeah. Rest.
Or going into this
There.
fight severely unconscious and hampered.
No, you're all good. Magically, now you're all fine. Except, hold on. I think it still says that Iris is unconscious.
It says all of us are unconscious except for Varys in the combat tracker. Anyway,
Yeah, we have no damage, but we are unconscious. How do I get rid of those effects that say archery and ATK2 ranged?
You shouldn't, because that represents your specialty, which means that when
Okay.
you're using archery, you get a bonus. So that just represents the fact that you have a bonus to archery because
you've
of your
got it.
specialty.
constant +2 to attack with ranged weapons.
Groovy.
So, yeah, I mean, I could push a button to make it go away, but I wouldn't want to, because you deserve it.
I earned it.
You earned it. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
by not dying yet.
Amazingly, this campaign seems to have it out for us.
Yeah, it's a little
Well,
rough.
Well, you have to realize with the red brands, they knew how many you were, and they were there expecting that you might not be cooperative. So they brought what they thought were adequate numbers.
They almost weren't.
And I'm gonna have to kind of, whoops. Gonna have to kind of double you up because you're coming in to a location where the map only has a very short little span of the tunnel you're entering. So I'm gonna sort of pack you into about 15 feet of tunnel, but you're
Wait,
spread out.
Is the map up? I don't see.
No, it's not up yet. I want to get get your icons down. And okay. So this tunnel is like a sort of like a rough, maybe natural looking tunnel, and it leads up and ahead. You see a more open area. It's a sort of a cool breeze is moving through the air. It's a large natural cavern. There's a faint scent of decaying flesh.
Nice.
And right down the center of the cavern, going from north to south, is a large crevasse.
At least it's not an escarpment.
There's no escarpment. Unless you're in the crevasse, you could consider the sides as escarpments. So technically,
Let's not go down there, guys.
And then you see there's like two bridges spanning at a couple of points.
I don't suppose we hear anything menacing inside, like snarling or anything of the sort.
So you don't notice anything in there. But I will actually, let me see. Hold on.
Like me to roll a perception check?
All right. So I need. Hold on. All right. So you actually think you suddenly it sounds like you hear indistinct whispers, like, but you can't tell because there's like a breeze coming through. It almost sounds like the wind, but at the same time, you almost could swear you heard like the wind sound forming into words, like very indistinctly. But it's enough that the hairs on the back of your necks raise a little bit as you're approaching the cavern.
We're in like a line, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start creeping forward a little bit and peering around and see if I can see anything.
I want to send any of our sneaky people around to sneak around and see if they can find anything.
I'm at least not inept at sneaking.
Oh, that's true, but you're certainly no Tarek or Iris.
No, that's true.
Yeah, we are kind of the sneaky sneaks.
I'm fully willing to sneak.
Hopefully these guys haven't been saving up a huge cistern of water to send at you.
Well, the fact there's no, well, I don't know. That crevasse does look like it could have had one.
And hopefully the crevasse would contain the surging tides.
Or maybe the surging tides push you into the crevasse.
That would be a disaster for me personally.
Okay, so which direction do we want to look? For just
No,
straight forward, kind of?
Well, I creep forward, look to the right, don't see anything, so I think I'll at least take a step towards the pillar. To also allow other people, space to move into the room.
So you're gonna like directly south, the space directly south of the pillar?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so you step forward, and now you see that to the west there is actually like a finished looking tunnel leading to some stairs going down, and then to the right you also see there's another finished tunnel going off to the east.
Well, it looks like I can see to the north that this cave opens up into a workplace with like crates.
Yeah, I guess if you were able to see that far, you were able to see it. That it looks like there's like a room. It's almost like this cavern breached like a structure that had been here previously. Like it's interrupted a subterranean like a finished underground structure. So there up you do see it looks like a storeroom up to the north. Like what, about 100 feet or let's see, 1, 2. Yeah, about 100 feet north. At the other end of the tunnel.
I guess also if it's dark, I can't really see much up there anyway.
I was trying to move.
Yeah, I think it has you locked down.
Oh, okay.
So when, and I was going to maybe try this. So how it works when it's in this mode is you basically are proposing where you want to move, and then I approve it.
Okay.
And that's to keep anyone from being like, oh, whoops, and then like you saw the 10 zombies hiding behind a crate or something. It's like, oh, I didn't mean to go there, but now I know they're there.
My bad.
I just wanted to step up next to the bridge. So one more up.
Oh, okay.
And look around. Looks like some stairs going down.
Yeah, I mean, if sneaky people want to come forward and pick a direction to scout, I'm down for it.
Do we think the houses or manor, ruins, what have you, are straight ahead?
You're not 100% sure, but you think you might be under them right now.
Did we walk through that? Did we walk through that tunnel for quite a while?
Yeah, you probably about 100 feet.
Okay.
I mean, not a long time,
that,
but
sorry.
I don't think I may have neglected to tell you how far you walked. But yeah, it was about 100 feet.
100 feet's really not very far. I find it very unlikely they were anywhere near the ruins, but if you say so, G-Law.
100 feet's far in house terms.
It's not in forest terms, though.
But you were right sort of near where the hill started going up, where the manor was.
All right.
That's where the thicket was. All right.
Like
I
that.
need everybody. Here, I'm just going to have everyone, like now at the entrance at least. I need everybody to roll a deception check.
Being deceived? I'm terrible at deception checks.
Deception check.
Oh.
Ugh, I've been deceived.
I feel deceived as well.
Who are we?
No,
who are we
deception is
deceiving?
you deceiving somebody else.
I think we're walking in like we're guards.
I've deceived no one.
I think it's does it look like we belong here? And probably not, since a lot of us are being like crouched over, sneaky and shady.
Let's see, Tarek, can we get a deception check?
I'm trying.
Oh, okay. It's on your skill tab. There you go.
So close.
Rolled off the 20.
All right. So as you've started making your room, that whispery sound starts becoming more distinct. And you start hearing like specific words and like it's almost like a weird, frantic. It's hard to make out. It's like it sounds almost like crazy gibberish, but with the exception of Varys, you're starting to hear like echoes of your own thoughts. So whatever like you're thinking is being paraphrased back to you. And like, for example, Ursa's like, oh, got to be cautious, got to be cautious. What's in a room? What's in a room? Danger, danger, what's happening here? And with Tarek, there's things like, oh, the red brands. What will the red brands do? What will they do if they find me? Oh. And it's just this kind of like weird tittering that's going on, where it seems like it's almost like it's the products of your own mind being reflected back at you in kind of not a mocking way, kind of a weird way. You were literally just thinking that?
Is anyone else hearing some stuff in their head?
I do hear stuff in my head. Would an Arcana check help with this, G-Law? I feel like there's something magical happening here.
Yeah, you could roll an Arcana check.
All right. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. It's really good. Iris
do I know anything about this
Iris is like,
phenomenon?
no, don't worry, it's just your imagination. You actually recognize this as telepathic contact.
Guys, it's telepathy.
But you're getting the sense that whatever it is that's making telepathic contact with you, it's in some sense touching your thoughts. Like it's able to discern your thoughts on some level. But it's a very alien kind of intelligence. Like it's not a humanoid. It's something that doesn't. It's something that doesn't. It's intelligent, but it doesn't think and reason the way that humans do, or humanoids do.
Having explained that to everyone, I say, "I'm terrified. Let's run away."
Oh, so
something's listening.
So scared.
So
what could it be? What could it be? What is it? What is it?
So something's listening to our thoughts. Could it hear this? I imagine a picture of a doll that says "you," and then me picking it up and throwing it into a crevasse.
Oh, right in the crevasse?
Right in the crevasse.
My goodness.
It's so violent.
Very tough, very brave, very tough, very scared.
I don't think it's scared.
Yeah, I'm guessing that didn't work, but good try.
And then all together, the voices sort of converge into your heads, and it says, "What do you want here?"
Wait, do I hear it? I don't.
You all hear it.
Oh. I'm thinking about Sister Garal. I want to save her. I'm not good at controlling my thoughts, so the thing just knows. Whatever.
What is this? What is a sister? What is a sister? What is a sister? Bring us meat. Bring us meat. Do you have meat? Bring us meat.
Hey guys, did we bring any horse?
Oh, we're chalk out of horse.
God damn it!
Fresh meat. Fresh meat. Fresh meat.
I do not like the talking winds.
I can make anything taste like meat, by the way, guys.
And as you're looking down, Varys, you look down in the crevasse and you see what looks like half-eaten, like corpses.
If we can get the other half of those corpses up here, we got meat, guys.
Okay,
Or we could, go up the cliffs outside.
I mean, we could go do a little bit of hunting in the woods, see if we can get a nice deer or something. It seems really sincerely interested in meat.
What are the red brands or the bread brands? Bring us the red brands. Who's tasty? Who's tasty?
Can I crawl down to the crevasse or get closer and look at those things?
You're right at the side of the crevasse. Oh wait, who's
crevasse appears to be a garbage can.
Yeah, it's eating people and throwing its trash in the crevasse. And it just asked us to eat people.
And it's
either we
like-
get it some meat, and I'm not sure that's safe, or we could maybe try a different path of infiltration, as Iris suggested.
Will you bring us meat? Will you bring us meat? Do you have meat?
You know, we could just. I'm near a stairway. We could just leave.
Also, real quick,
It's a
do you
pretty
know how much
appealing
longer we're gonna
idea.
go?
That's my vote. I don't like the creepy wind.
Real quick, G-Log, do you know how much longer we're gonna go?
Well, we are getting towards 9, which is I sort of look,
Yeah.
at least in my time, between 9 and 10 is sort of what I'm aiming for.
Gotcha.
So
Want to maybe another 10-ish minutes and then
yeah,
we-
we're getting
then
a
wrap it up?
point where if anyone sort of, if anyone needs to go, we can start wrapping up if we're there. But yeah, I was
I'm gonna have to in a bit.
like, you said in a minute or like at 9.
I can do 9. Yeah, thanks.
Let's see.
So I'll shrug and go, hey, maybe there's meat down here. Let me go check for you, and start walking west.
Yeah, I wanted to go down the stairs too, so I want to follow.
Okay, so you take a step to the west, and as you do, to the north. Hold on a sec. You see a creature
Oh, no.
come out from behind the pillar.
It's an unidentified creature. Hello.
I'm a
And-
hamburger.
Should have a picture of it. It looks
Terrifying.
this.
Ugh.
And he
He looks
talked
happy.
like.
Oh yeah, that's
this.
not bad.
He looks so
I asked him to
stylish.
join our group.
One eye looks like a balloon. Very festive.
And he or it rather looks at you and says, "Go no further, go no further. Needs the meat, needs the meat. You're not supposed to pass. How do you taste? How do they taste? I bet they taste good."
I mean, why don't you come here and take a nibble?
If you learned nothing.
Will they bring me meat? Will they
Gotta
bring,
stop taunting people.
will they
I
bring
mean,
me
it
meat?
seems like we could bribe this guy just as easily as we bribe the wolves.
I don't have any meat.
Just get some meat somewhere.
Like, maybe there's meat down this west hallway, but I have to go check and see if there's meat first.
Guess there could be, but I feel like this thing might have eaten it if there was meat down the west
There's
hallway.
so many. There's so many of you. Oh, so many. If you find meat, will you bring meat to me?
I mean, I think yes,
no,
really
we-
hard. I don't need the meat. I'm
Bring
happy
me
to give
red
it to you.
brands. Bring me ogres. Bring me bugbears. Bring me
Oh.
goblins.
Who likes red brands? Let's just feed him some red brands. It'll be fine.
You
I'm not
find
feeding
red brands. Feed
anyone.
me red brands. You
No.
find goblins. Feed me goblins.
Do the red
We
brands not
make
usually
a
come?
chord. And as the more that it's like touching your minds, the more slightly coherent its communications are becoming with you.
Do the red brands not usually come through this cave? Do you tend to eat them?
Red brands feed, red brands feed, me guard, me eat, who wanders in. But you are many, you are many. We make agreement, the red brands, you bring me meat, all I want is meat. I have no care for red brands, but red brands bring me meat. You bring me meat.
Hey guys, I
That's
think he
kinda
wants
what I-
meat.
I think Varys might speak up.
Yeah, I'm not doing this. We can stop listening to this thing and leave now, or head down the stairs.
Yeah, it's like
I wouldn't
let's-
think you'd be on board with the brand or with the plan to bring red brands to be eaten by a monster, even because I don't feel like you like it when humans get eaten.
it just seems he wants meat in general, and red brands fill the umbrella category of meat.
Yeah,
about
but I
some
mean, he wants an
berries?
agreement on the meat, and I don't think that Jazz would go for that.
Well, some berries.
No, berries aren't meat.
And like
They're
as
good
you're
enough.
discussing it, you feel it feels almost like fingertips pushing gently past your skull, and like somebody who's blind feeling someone's face. You feel like that's happening inside your brain as you guys are discussing. And
Well,
and
he's
he's
only
like,
got a few-
"Oh, disagreement, disagreement, no accord, no accord. Oh, no accord.
Well, he's itching closer to an axe to the face if he keeps poking around my brain.
Oh, no offense,
Sure,
no
you know, keep
offense, no
thinking that.
offense. This is how I communicate. No offense, but no accord. Axe to face, threat assessment.
Well, I want to go down this hallway and see if I can find your meat.
Roll initiative.
Roll initiative. Didn't work, huh?
Do you want to save this for next session?
Yeah,
and start
that
with-
actually this might be a good time to break since combats can
Take
might
a while.
might take a few minutes.
Terribly wrong.
unless all of a sudden everyone agrees we'll bring you meat, which
No.
doesn't seem like that's about to happen.
I'm willing to bring him meat. I don't really want to bring him human meat. That's kind of my stance.
Yeah, I'd rather not feed him man.
But I mean, I'd be happy to go out in the woods and hunt him like a deer or something and bring that back in. We're right by the woods. I mean, I'd do that for him. No big deal.
The sense you're getting is that he really likes human and humanoid meat.
Yeah, it's
Oh, well.
the meat he listed didn't include deer or anything. It was all like
Does he know about deer? I'm thinking about deer real hard, like the shape of a deer. I'm thinking that. Does he have any response to that, G-Law?
Closest thing was like bugbear.
yeah.
Bugbears look like him. That's just almost cannibalism there. But does he respond to my deer thoughts, G-Law?
You almost hear like a sniffing sound as the thought forms in your mind. And oh, poor meat. Have meat.
I think about my prestidigitation skill and how I can make that deer taste like human. What's he think of that?
Deceptions, I do. Deceptions.
All right, well, fine.
Axe.
All right, I don't want to help this guy.
Axe to
Not coming to
face,
agreement.
threat assessed. Accord will not be reached. So, yeah.
Yeah, good.
We'll start our next session by everyone rolling initiative. And
Six.
yeah, we'll all get to just this is another case. This whole adventure we could say has been about just a series of unfortunate misunderstandings.
If I was just carrying around
I
horse
don't
meat,
understand when you don't say it in the voice.
Misunderstanding.
Oh, I understand now. Actually cleared up the misunderstanding. Thank you.
I almost feel like when you announce the next stream, you need to post as the title a series of unfortunate misunderstandings.
Oh, it looks like Joss really did have to go, right? At least he's. Are you?
I'm still here, but yeah.
Oh, you
okay,
saw. I just
sorry.
saw on the Fantasy Ground it says Joss is disconnected. So
he needs to take care of a few things.
that's totally fine, and it's basically 9, so we can consider the official gameplay portion complete. So for people who are either watching this just for the game and don't care about hearing us talk, or if anyone's watching later, you can safely stop watching at this point if you're worried there's going to be more game. All right, see you later, Joss.
Or keep watching and donate to the stream.
Yeah, you could donate to the stream. Now, unfortunately, I don't have any of my donation notifiers, so I didn't want a string of 99-cent donations summoning Pipecock every 5 seconds.
Oh, so you took it away, so I can't do my. I don't think I've used my month's reminder that I'm still a sponsor yet.
Well, no, because very specifically, like trolls sometimes use notifiers as means of trolling. So I'm like, it's one of the ingredients I just wanted to remove from the equation of the D&D streams. And also the people that fake sub, where they'll make an account that says something like racist or homophobic, and then they'll be like, it'll say, "Oh, this offensive sentence just subscribed."
Yeah.
All right, and I see that Amanda, Mr. Slaw, is also departed, or is departing.
Yeah, it's bedtime.
Yeah, that's fair. You can go. The game is over. Oh, we can still, if
It's
anyone still
lovely
wants
to die with everyone.
We did keep our streak going. I've been unconscious in every session so far.
Now, I do think.
Congratulations.
I know. You really put up a good fight there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
when
feel
we
like
took a break, I was giving her so many kudos. Like, hey, there was like that combat had 20 people, and at the end it was just her and the captain of the enemy standing. So that's a pretty epic moment, even if you do end up getting beat down. It was close.
Were you
It seems
prepared for us to possibly win that fight? Surely you didn't think it was possible.
I wanted it set up so that the odds were against you, but that it was possible. But I wanted it to reflect the fact that these people sort of do run the town. They have the resources. The captain could choose how many people he thought he needed to bring to not be concerned about being defeated. So he underestimated. It's a case where he could have brought 20 dudes, but it was
How many
just
more
like,
hit points did Rolf have left? Like 12, like that. 15.
what's that?
How many hit points did Rolf have left? Around 12 or 15?
I won't say how much he had left, but he was. It was close. I'll just leave it at that.
He was a witch bolt away.
He could have been defeated.
I should have started running and just casting Ray of Frost. It's got 60-foot range. If I just done that one turn earlier, which is what I realized I should have been doing, I could have chipped away at him. I would have gotten him eventually. He would never be able to catch me.
I think the issue would be then he just takes a dash action, moves next to you, and then the next time you try to walk away, you provoke.
We'd just be running forever then. I mean, he still wouldn't catch me.
Well, no, if you provoke, he could get an attack of opportunity every time he pulled that maneuver on you.
And it'd at least be one
good
attack
point.
turn he'd get.
But yeah, I mean, that was really one of those encounters, and that was something that was not like a pre-written thing. That was just me, trying to determine how knowing what's in the town and how they would react to things. So
They weren't a fan of me challenging him, huh?
No, I mean, but you could sort of tell they went into it thinking like, and we're gonna show some force, and she's gonna apologize and surrender her weapon, and that's gonna be a good deal for her. That's sort of like that was the posture that the captain had going into that.
I think we can see that Irsa will never be giving up anything. That seems abundantly clear at this point.
Well, I think
at the point where my tie with Rolf didn't have any weight on anything, that was kind of the tip of what my next step was gonna be.
So wait, what do you mean?
Well, because, I mean, if I had a rapport with Rolf, even if it was mostly as just a messenger boy, but it was somebody he could count on, I mean, when he just kind of dismissed me altogether, it was like, okay, well, in this case, obviously, he's kind of fallen in line as opposed to holding to the beliefs that he held when I left.
So, well, and this is something, too, there's some nuance to it. Like, even when you were around, you would have known that he made decisions to do things sometimes that he found distasteful but necessary.
I thought you made that pretty clear. You did a good job, Gila.
Did you feel like that's how he felt about what he was doing with you?
The beginning part was kind of rough, but I mean, obviously Nick was being quite provocative. But towards the end, when he tried to not keep beating the shit out of us, I thought that made it fairly clear.
Yeah, his actions, I guess, towards the end of the combat was a little more indicative of what I was thinking the character for Rolf would be.
Yeah.
But the kind of dismissal at the beginning seemed a little...
Well, it would... I mean, you could have sort of gone either way. Like, probably... And also, you're coming into this just based on a few things that I threw out to you about what they were like. So, no, this is very much the sort of thing he would have ordered before. He wouldn't have been happy about it, about having to do it. But it's like he can be like, yeah, if I went into a town and a couple of dudes with red capes tried to shake me down, I'd want to kick their ass too. Right? Like, he understands that what they're doing is going to piss some people off. And he could even agree it's fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep these streams a little less screwed up, but language wise. But he's the sort that would be like, yeah, I know it's messed up. And that's why instead of just slaughtering people coming in or immediately like making it hanging somebody, doing something extreme, he's more like, he's not gonna do like a mafia hit right out because you looked at them wrong sort of thing. He's more like, all right, we're not gonna permanently damage them. We're gonna take away their weapon, let it be a lesson. And that's like, to him, under the circumstances and with the kind of leverage they need to maintain against the town, it's like he would look at that sort of thing as like, yeah, this is what I'm going to offer and I can't back down from it.
Makes sense.
So, like, and so that's the sort of insight that you as your character, having known him, may have been able to, you know, you might know that like you could have said, hey, like knowing that this is not something he finds tasteful, you could still, and you did try to make that argument. But like you as your Tarek, having seen how things played out, would probably have understood that he would have refused you is not because he disagreed with you. It's just because he's just like, this is what we're doing right now.
I was expected to show up and beat me up real quick and leave.
Yeah, that's what basically you just wanted it to be like. You just wake up the next morning sore or whatever, and then at least his stated intention was something next day they come back and ask you for another apology.
And then I'd just be like, time for round 2.
That's where I kind of ran into the issue of, okay, yeah, I either have to side with the group or side with Rolf, and I'm kind of with the group now.
Yeah, no, and that's I put you in a tough spot. In fact, I put everybody in kind of a tough spot a little bit because what they were asking for was sort of like a slap on the wrist, but would also be like for Ursa to just be like, offer a sincere apology and surrender her weapon. Just didn't seem, I didn't think that was something that was likely to happen. but I didn't know. I didn't know what was going to happen. And then I also didn't know everyone else at that point could have been like, all right, we'll let Ursa work this out with the Red Brands.
I really thought Jazz was not going to join that combat.
He almost seemed like he wasn't going to. Like, and that was a dilemma for everyone to, whether it was easy or not. I don't think everyone necessarily had a hard time thinking about what to do, but I think some of you did. I know
My
Tarek
character's
did.
a big believer in justice, and so I mean, he wasn't quite as naive as Jazz's character. So noticing that these guys are just a bunch of thugs who are extorting people was kind of enough.
Oh, and one of my personality traits is there's little point in hiding one's emotions, so I prefer to be straightforward with how I'm feeling. So when they come up like, "Oh, why don't you tell me you're sorry?" I'm gonna be like, "I'm not sorry though. You deserved it."
You're really modeling emotional honesty. Can't deny it.
So yeah, and that whole time I was, it's not like I had necessarily a plan for exactly what was going to happen. I just knew what their plan was and what their conditions were, what conditions they were going to offer you and how they were going to react depending on what you did, and sort of let it play out.
I kind of wish I hadn't jumped out the window. I were
everyone jumping out the window all of a sudden was like, what?
Oh, did you see what was going on? I was in a hurry. No time for stairs.
You
kind of like that.
You did really well though. You jumped out that window like you've been doing it all your life.
On the other side, because doing 2 burning hands on only 2 guys is pretty suboptimal. I also thought that maybe burning hands would be enough to take them down in one shot, but it turned out to not be, which made it a terrible mistake.
Because you walked up, burned a few people, and they're like, "Hey, stop burning me."
Yeah, no.
Then they just beat me within an inch of my life, and then I killed them. But using 2 of my 3 spell slots to kill 2 guys is not what I was hoping for, and not the optimal outcome.
Yeah, it was definitely something where it was,
In the end, I don't think it
thought
would have gone much better for me because they hit Iris so fucking well that I would have had to do something drastic anyway. If I didn't jump out the window, I wouldn't have been in that situation, I suppose.
It's my AC's only 14, so I'm gonna get hit a lot. It's the kind of I should be raging so I can take like 50 points of damage as opposed to like having
that
a
rage
high
is
AC.
a little bit useful. Not going to deny it.
No, because you were taking a lot of hits, and every time I'd look, and it'd be like, oh, you've gotten 7 points of damage all told. And they've already hit you like 6 times or something. Like, okay, yeah, that damage absorption is
it was effective.
It's pretty impressive.
Just wait till I can turn to a bear.
I'm pretty excited for that. But I mean, when you're a bear, like, does your armor just explode and you have to buy new armor after you turn into a bear?
No,
you get naked first.
My armor will meld into my new form.
Hard to believe, but okay.
It's kind of like the druids in Warcraft or whatever, where they're wearing all this gear.
I found those hard to believe as well, I suppose.
Well, it's magic, so
I think you need magical clothing though, not just magical magical bear powers. I think if you had both, I'd be fine with it.
Oh, my magical bear powers are exceptionally magically and bear-like, so that's good enough.
Seems true.
I mean, if we're fighting in a lot of tight caves, I don't think I'll be able to be a brown bear that often, but that's kind of the goal. Or is it called a grizzly?
Well, how much space does a bear need to operate? Is 5 feet? Does he need 10 by 10?
A black bear is 5 by 5, so a medium-sized creature. A brown bear, however, which is the preferred, is large, so it's 10 by 10.
Could you still squeeze into a 5 by 5 passage, but just not be able to fight effectively?
Have disadvantage to attack, and they would have advantage to attack me.
Okay. So you could still traverse a 5-foot wide passage. You just probably want to avoid getting stuck in combat while you're there.
Yeah. I mean, a brown bear has 34 hit points, so if I'm raging while I'm a brown bear, it essentially has 68 hit points. And then once they whittle all those down, I just turn into my barbarian with however many hit points I had before I transformed.
Seems pretty cheap turning into a bear.
Well, I can only do it twice per short rest. Long rest? I'd have to look it up. I'm not super...
Twice per short rest? It seems like a lot. That doesn't seem like much of a limitation.
Well, it's presumably you can't do like 2 fights and be like, let's rest for an hour.
It just means like... And because that lasts for a long time too, right?
2 hours?
Yeah, so basically, for at least 2 combats a day or per short rest, you're going to end up being essentially a tanking machine.
Yeah, and that's kind of the general idea. Is stand in front, get hit a lot, but soak up a lot of the damage.
Yeah, good luck. I'm sure they're just all going to sit there and attack Varys anyway, so we'll see how it goes.
Whoever's...
Elaw is leading the enemy troops in a way that's pretty logical, which is upsetting. This means we all get killed.
Like, hey, he's attacking a bunch of us at once. Let's everyone beat up on him. They're like, yes, good idea.
I mean, they seem to think he could actually hit his multiple attacks, but he clearly couldn't. They could have just left him alone. His efficacy looked very low because he kept rolling badly.
He was connecting with multiple people multiple times, though. And like, it started to become apparent that he could do it as many times as he wanted to. Okay, I see. Looks like... Oh, he's gone. All right, well, if he was watching the stream, Ethan, good job tonight. Ethan carried a lot of the RPG weight for the session tonight. So,
even if he unfortunately missed every attack, that's not fun when the dice turn against you.
Well, I like info bombed him yesterday because I checked in with him yesterday and I was like, hey, yeah, I wanted to finally like get real confirmation whether he was going to be here, because if he wasn't going to be able to make it, I was just going to run Tarek as a townie and he wouldn't be in your group, but I would have had him deliver a lot of information to you. Like he still would have showed up at your hotel, at your inn, at your room there, and like given you an assessment of the town and like the appraisal of what kind of situation you're in based on your, your first encounter with the Red Brands. So I was still going to have him in there or not. But I was like, yeah, if he's going to be playing, he's going to need to know a lot. There's a lot of like little background that his character would know that'd be very significant for someone in the party to be able to relate to everyone else. But also, like, he's kind of, maybe wanted to keep a secret that he was with the Red Brand. So I also, if at all possible, wanted to let him decide. Like, yeah, if I start telling about this stuff, they may realize, like, I have a history with these people. And that's, I want to leave it to him to decide how much he divulged about that.
I think it worked out. He got beat up with the rest of us.
I liked Varys giving Halia Thornton, the miners exchange lady, lip. As one thing I've been kind of enjoying about Joss's character is that his character is very stubborn, but he's developed a character though.
Yeah.
And he's stuck with it. And it's not always the most convenient outcome.
That's obviously these people are guards, so they're here to protect the city. Why would they be shaking anyone down? That's just illogical.
And he's stuck to his guns about they are the lawful law enforcement. And the thing is, it's like the way that town works is, it's like people kept saying, well, yeah, that's sort of what they are for what it's worth.
Yeah.
Like huge asterisk. Are they bandits? Well, yeah, sort of asterisk. It's their status would be it's complicated.
Well, the town master really gave it up there when I directly accused him, though.
Wait, what did the town master do? He slunk his head.
Yeah, he seemed to admit it. I was happy.
Yep, just the good old. It's basically just a doormat for the Red Brands.
Yeah.
We know who really runs this city. And it's not him. It's apparently Glassstaff. And that lady, Halia, seems to have some weight too.
Yeah, no, she's someone that the town they actually like and respect her, even though they find her intimidating but fair sort of person. And she's developed like a lot of clout in the town. And now it's just there's a certain point where the town master is just like he's afraid to piss off the Red Brand, so he just stays quiet most of the time. And then Halia will go straight to Rolf and be like, "What's this bullshit I've been hearing you guys been doing?" But yeah, good times.
I would say that was a successful session.
Well, successful in what sense? I was a little worried a couple times with Joss though, like that if people were really getting mad at each other. I was like, I hope I haven't like started a fire.
But I mean, I don't think any of us were mad at him. I thought it was funny. My character was a little mad at him, but
I thought it was a role.
I thought what he was doing was good.
Yeah, it was funny to me. The important part is like you squabble, but when the initiative is rolled, you're part of the team.
I kind of was hoping he wouldn't join that combat, though. I thought he would just stick to his guns.
Would have been funny.
I'm not sure how we'd handle that. I would think not particularly well.
He could just stand in the back and cast Bless and just watch.
Some kind of subtle, like, oh, bless. Like, oh, what? Sorry, just wiping my nose.
I'm just buffing the team.
Ready to leave him behind in jail, and we could just go pursue them without him.
But apparently, he's the only one with a healing spell.
Well, you know what? In our big fight, nobody got healed anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, the best healing I'm going to do is after you're unconscious is jamming berries down your throat.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, also, I think in a fight like that where there's, 7 guys and they all have more attacks than us, I think in any healing is a bit tricky.
Yeah, I mean, healing is not super worth it, really.
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
question of when to heal can be pretty tricky.
I thought there were 0 chances inside that fight where it would have made any sense for him to cast a healing spell, so it wasn't like I was upset about it.
No, if he had healing word, maybe, because sacrifice a bonus action to maybe get one more hit. But even then, I mean, if you heal someone for like 3 hit points or something low like that, then it's going to go away next turn anyway.
Well, yeah, that's the sort of thing where, but then that's another hit that they have to make in order to bring someone back down. In the meantime, yeah, that can be a powerful spell, even though it basically is just like you're back up until someone hits you again. But as long as you got spell slots, you can just be using that to get people back on their feet.
I'll have to show Joss how nice healing word is. Maybe he'll pick it up in the future. Because in the game I'm running for him, we're playing Gestalt characters, and I've got an NPC with him who is the cleric / fighter. So she's leveling up as both a fighter and a cleric. So she's got access to all the handy dandy cleric spells, but she's got the melee prowess of a fighter. And he's running
it could be one of those things where he just hasn't really thought out the implications of like why it would be worth casting that. Because if you're thinking about a healing spell as like, I have to choose whether I'm going to try and hurt these people or if I'm going to try to heal somebody.
Well, there's also...
And if those are your two choices, then maybe it's better to use the AoE attack than try to heal someone.
Well, it's also a matter of knowing that the spell even exists, too.
Well, right. Yeah, it's just, it's maybe... Because, like, when I first saw the spell, when I was playing, even DMing my other group, and also Celesta is remarkably 5e accurate. And it took me a while to realize, like, oh, you can cast this as a bonus action?
Mm.
I wish I had bonus actions. I feel jealous every time another character has a bonus action.
Oh yeah, I get to do bonus actions all the time. I have too many bonus actions.
Well, I think
I do get. Magic's fun. Obviously, Witchbolt outperformed expectations. With the 7, 7, and 12. That's pretty unlikely for 3 straight rolls.
That's really good. I have tried to either had party members or have been running games where people cast Witchbolt. It either never lands, or it just like they get it and then the person runs away and it breaks the spell or something like that.
It's a bit of a weird spell, and I'm not sure I'm happy that I picked it, even though it went very, very well that time.
Yeah, it's really the only thing that possibly if you'd won, if the party had ended up winning that combat, it would have been because of that spell.
Yeah.
I think I like it a lot better if I could use it in a 2nd level spell slot, because you get another D12, and that makes
every time it's another every turn it's another D12.
I think it's only the initial damage, unfortunately.
That's pretty significant.
So it'll do 2d12.
I was also I was kind of relying on you to not really know what the spell was like, because the character the enemy just walks out of range of it, it's detached, and it's not like it's going to reattach. So I just assumed you wouldn't do that because you didn't really seem that familiar with the spell. But it would have wasted the character's turn anyway.
I hadn't thought about that, but I mean, I think I probably assumed if he ran away, he could have broken it. Like, it wouldn't just... I hadn't thought about that specifically, but that makes sense. But I know basically the way I was playing him at that point was sort of like, it wasn't until really close to the end that he started thinking that he actually needed to be worried about being taken down. Even though all of his minions were starting to drop like flies. To him, it was just like, God, what a mess.
I also wish I had waited to cast it and maybe tried to do Ray of Frost on Ham, just because he was being real obnoxious as well.
Ham? Yeah.
Rid of him before I did that. I kind of wished I had done that as well. But I thought he would die a lot faster, and he just didn't, so...
At least I wasn't role-playing them during the combat. They could have been a lot more annoying.
And being like, yeah, take that.
I mean, I guess maybe I should have just gone inside the inn and cast Witch's Bolt from in there, so I can see him, but he can't really do anything to me. Would you let me get away with that?
Can you break line of sight and just keep popping?
So if I cast from inside, I have line of sight from inside the inn.
But I think if you run into the building, it would break.
Well, I'm trying to think, like, if you're at like an open window and you're staying in the window and you're in range, you should be able to do it.
I think I should be able to do it, right?
Yeah, but then it would be like, what does he do? Does he stand and just let it happen, or does he try to run into the building and climb the stairs?
Probably it will become his number one priority to get to where you are and make you stop.
I think which breaks the second he has total cover. So if he essentially runs, like if you're on the second story and he runs into the first story, and now he's out of sight,
that would make sense.
But him not necessarily knowing that, would he just kind of run away? Would he try to go?
I want him to have to, in order to get at me.
Well, it depends on who he did it to. If he like the captain,
somebody to break away from it. It didn't go down that way because he smartly killed everybody before coming at me.
But yeah, I thought that was fun. How are you liking the overall balance of? Because I know coming into it, I was worried about like combat versus role play.
I was pretty happy today.
Yeah, I mean,
I actually wish we could have gone on for another hour or so, but such is life.
We didn't even discuss when we're going to play again. I totally forgot about that.
No, because everybody left in a hurry. So
yeah,
you know how me and Jazz are, and Nick too. Really, we're mostly fine. I don't have any upcoming engagements. Who knows? In a month, I might still be stuck in my apartment full time.
Are you currently stuck in there full time at the moment?
Who knows? Who knows when they're going to let somebody out? 'Cause, like, they've been acting like, at least not in my building, but other people in nearby buildings to be able to like walk around outside, like last or earlier this week, but that didn't happen. So I feel pretty locked down.
So they're just locking down buildings in that area?
I mean, in most areas, I don't think some people are free to walk around like their little apartment complex, but not like walk out of it. A very small number of people can actually leave their complex and go to a store or some shit, but I don't think it's very many, honestly.
Sounds like you're living in Judge.
Everybody in my apartment complex is stuck in the building. It's like 1,000 and some people, I guess.
Wow.
Maybe more. There's a lot of people live in my apartment complex. When you got like 16 buildings, you can fit a lot of people in there.
Does your girlfriend live in the same building so you can at least see her?
She doesn't. She lives so she lives in the same physical structure as mine. If your definition of building is an actual single building, yes, she does. But there's no like connections in the garage downstairs, and she has a different entrance, so we can't see each other.
Oh. That's very rude.
It's wild.
There we have I put up the picture of Gundren again.
Oh, sweet. That's how we know we're playing Dungeons and Dragons.
So, well, it might get people excited thinking that we're still playing, but, figured it's it's something to look at instead of a chat that we're not using anymore.
It's wild. There's also these hands. It's pretty good.
Yeah, the hands on the. I like the picture video thingy that you got going on. It's pretty cool.
That's how we know we're playing.
Yeah, we got a couple. Let's see, what's the other one? I think I like this one. This one, it's a video is actually made like somebody put it together to represent this adventure. When I saw it, I was like, that'd be like a cool background video to have. He
didn't seem to love it when I called him Todd Rundgren. I thought that was pretty good.
Well, that was pretty good, but
I know Todd Rundgren.
Dolph Lundgren.
I was assuming that as long as people were sufficiently old, they might know Todd Rundgren. I know that Gaming Lawyer is sufficiently old. Todd Rundgren was huge when he was a small child.
I don't know who that is.
Oh, he's a musician.
I thought it was a Dolph Lundgren joke because I know Dolph Lundgren.
I thought it was just a made up name.
Oh no, Todd Rundgren's a real person. Let's see what's his big hit. He's got at least one song you've heard of.
It's a song called You've Heard of It? Because otherwise I don't think I have.
I'm sure you've heard Bang the Drum All Day, but I don't know that you necessarily would recognize it by its name.
I don't recognize it by its name, at least.
Yeah.
What was it called? You said?
Bang the drum all day.
I
Really-
don't want something. I just want to bang on. Is it that song?
I don't think it's that
I
one.
just want to bang on the drum all day.
Might be.
Okay. Yeah, I have heard the song. But I don't think I've ever understood the lyrics.
Yeah, I don't want something. I just want to bang on the drum all day. It's like it's set from the 80s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to work song.
Was it, I don't
Yeah,
wanna
there
work?
you go. Huge hit. Huge hit.
Yeah. They used to have that like in commercials and stuff too. Like that was a song that was all.
I think that's probably been in like 30 different commercials, making him millions of dollars.
Yeah, that's probably why I've heard that song. And just that part.
Yeah, who knows how the rest of the song goes?
It'll forever be a mystery because I heard part of it, so I stopped the song. So I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I think you have convinced me that I should give Solasta a try. I mean, it's only $15. I have $15.
I already have access to it on Game Pass, but because it was on sale and like one of the DLCs is on sale and the new DLC came out, I was just like, I may. It's like it may actually be. I may transition from Pool of Radiance to that this week.
I don't think you will, sir. That's not
Really?
an official D&D game. It's because it uses a rule set. You got to finish Pool of Radiance first.
Finish Pool of Radiance.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I
You can
might
cheat some and play a bit off stream, but you got to finish Pool of Radiance on
might
stream.
So like when I was looking up Baldur's Gate 3, people were like calling up Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and Solasta Crown of the Magister as kind of like, here's some other games like this you could play. And I'm like, oh, I think I saw Gila like pull up Solasta like once very briefly.
Yeah, it was during sort of a show and tell after game type stream at one point. I was just like, oh yeah, this I showed you guys Solasta for probably about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But it was just like while they were in town.
It seems like the conversation bits might leave a little bit lacking after playing Baldur's Gate 3 for a bit, but the actual play style of it
But
could be.
they do some interesting stuff with the conversation. So yeah, it's definitely less polished. But one thing that took me aback a bit, which I thought was really interesting, is you create the characters from scratch. And basically, like, there's a couple, like, from their background, you can choose from a couple different personality attributes, like lawful or altruistic or cynical, or there's all these different things. And they end up, and then based on their alignment, you can choose stuff around like an alignment table and just handpick a few different things that when they combine together will make a character like a combination of like 4 primary personality traits. So it's like cynical, lawful, cautious, whatever. And when the characters get into discussions, and they're all fully voiced, when the story's unfolding and they're getting into discussions, each character will contribute to the conversation based on their personality. But it ends up unfolding almost like I don't know, you start feeling like, oh, these characters actually have these personalities. And what I was doing before is I was playing with the characters that were in my group, and it was sort of interesting seeing like, oh, the characters that I made are almost acting like pre-made characters. Like you sort of like start being like, oh yeah, well that's how this person's going to react, and that's how that person's going to react. But it's still like the voice acting itself was a little rough. The writing itself is not the greatest. The story is not the greatest, but it's still fun and feels like D&D. And I was pretty impressed with it, even though you're not going to be fooled that it's made by like a AAA studio.
Yeah. Well, now I own it, and I'll download it later.
Oh, you just get it like right now?
Yeah, sure. It was something I was looking at anyway, and I didn't know it was on sale. Like when Brad mentioned it's just like $16. I'm like, oh, okay. It was something I was looking at because Low Magic Age was on sale as well for like $5,
99 cents.
and that was another
$5? Damn, I don't want to play it, but that's such a good deal.
Yeah, I got it for that's what I bought it. It was super cheap.
It's $6, and that was one.
Very cheap, very very cheap.
Well, it was another one that looked like it was 5e OGL, so that the rule set would play like 5 at 5th edition.
I almost want to say it was. I think it might be based on like 3 to 3.5.
Was it okay? But I remember you showed it was like based on like a D&D rule set. And
yeah,
like,
it is definitely based on. I think it's 3.5.
And it's not like the graphics are amazing, but it looked like it could be a fun.
Well, it's in the same ballpark
thing.
of a lot of those little like indie roguelike type games.
Yeah.
That I've already kind of been into. Like if you can be okay with Ancient Domains of Mystery, you can be okay with well, Ancient Domains of Mystery, I kind of like the tile set in there. It's got kind of a charm to it. But yeah, Low Magic Age is it's functional. It's not offensively bad or anything. It's just like, all right, you know what made everything's supposed to be. It works.
It'll have to wait until Baldur's Gate 3 has run its course for me. So far, playing Baldur's Gate 3 has been like playing in a G-Law game, where I'm like, why is this fight so hard?
I do feel a little bit bad about that sometimes, but I also, you guys have been getting through it. You even lost this battle and you still got through it.
We've lost a lot of battles.
I still maintain you actually won the last couple of battles because you overcame the situation. It may not have been the cleanest overcoming.
In some fights in Baldur's Gate 3 seem like, why is this? Why do I have to do this? This is very rude. And like there's one point in which you have to fight. So like the max level cap currently is level 4, which is like one level shy of actually being like good. So I just feel like a little bad at most of the stuff I'm doing. And then there's one point in which you kind of have to fight like 5 people that have extra attacks, so they get to make like 2 or maybe 3 attacks a turn, versus my 4 because there's only 4 party members. So I just was getting creamed, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And I looked up a tip of like what people were doing, and they're like, oh, just carry around all these explosive barrels, put them on the ground, and then just use your mage hand to push them over before the fight. And then when the fight starts, you got
a cheesy environmental game. It's
and I'm like, I don't want to do that.
Like some very like specific exploitative behavior. It's like,
yeah,
I could see that be a little frustrating. Well, I know in 5e in general though, like I mean, you know a lot more. You played a lot more than I have, Nick. But isn't that sort of how it happens? That somewhere around level 4 or 5, the script kind of flips and characters become very hard to kill.
Yeah, it'll get to the point eventually, but it also, I mean, so at level 5, that's when a lot of your fighting classes can make 2 attacks in a round.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden your fighters, if they miss once, it's not like their turn is like, oh well, I guess I'm done. They can at least maybe take a second attack and maybe do something.
I'm not thinking about it.
I don't understand. We're at level 2 and some of our enemies can attack 2 or even 3 times. It was a real slap in the face.
Yeah, it's very rude.
Those guys weren't level 5, were they, G-Law?
They weren't actually characters. Like, they weren't like, oh, this is a fighter or whatever.
Well, Ham and Sharky were characters. They had names.
But they were just Red Brand number 7 and 8, and I changed it so that they were Red Brand Ham and Red Brand
Give them
Sharky.
all Japanese names. You can take them from Yakuza, because everybody in that game you fight has a name for no clear reason.
No, the trash mobs in my games don't get names until they become recurring characters, and then they get names.
There's some Yakuza names. You got a whole library.
Oh, there's just so many. No, I'll wait until they need a name, then I'll give them a name.
In Yakuza, I guess it was maybe, I don't know, the 2 remake, or probably both 1 and 2. I was really offended because those are homeless characters in that game.
Mm-hmm.
And so the homeless character is like homeless guy number 1, but some random dude you run into in a fight that just appeared out of midair has a name. I thought it betrayed a pretty nasty attitude about the homeless.
Okay. Yeah,
maybe they're just cautious about their names and they don't want to tell you their names.
Yeah, I'm sure. They say, hello, I'm homeless guy.
Like, do you have
So
a name?
number 3. You can differentiate me from those other 2 fellas over there.
Like, do you have a name? It's like, I do, but it's not for you.
I kept sitting. I have like 3 different pairs of glasses that I wear for different things. There we go. That's better. This is
No,
my
that's actually-
sitting up close to my desk and monitors glasses, but now I'm leaning back and everything starts getting blurry. These are almost like giant bifocals, but they're like computer range.
I think you can tell, like, once you get old, that's when you need to start getting multiple glasses.
Oh yeah, because I find like my distance glasses are, when you get close to some monitors, it's like they start making them blurry. And then it's better. Like I can see my computer monitors better with no glasses at all than with my distance glasses. And then it was like, my insurance was like, oh, well, you can get 2 pairs of glasses. So of course, the glasses place, they're happy to sell you 2 pairs. So they're like, well, hey, if you could use it, why don't you get 1 regular pair of glasses and 1 for your computer? Like, oh, okay.
Whereas they didn't try to sell you gunner glasses.
But yeah, you guys are gonna look back with fondness at the days when winning combats was a struggle. I think.
I doubt I like winning. I'm not too concerned about achievement.
We're gonna come back to Phandelver and just start beating people up and shaking them down for money.
We're the new red brands. Call us the blue brands.
Oh, the irony.
Come and like find Ham and throw him in the river and hold him down and be like, it's not so cool, is it?
Certainly coming back for Ham and Sharky to take care of those motherfuckers. Into their bosses just because Irsa gave them a little bit of lip.
Hey boss, this person resisted the shakedown. Let's go beat him up.
It was a standard fee necessary for the upkeep of the town.
And it got paid.
Yeah,
I
makes,
mean,
that's true.
that's bent over real quick for these guys. He didn't care.
They still came for me.
Well, you asked them to.
I invited them. And I'd do it again.
Yeah, you asked them to. You told them, come find me. I'm at the inn.
This time I just roll better.
When you write my name in your report, underline it.
I hope they underlined it.
Well, someday you may find that paperwork. And I'm not going to spoil anything, but there's a good chance there's some underlining on there.
They even said my name right.
Yeah. Dropping the curtain. It was going to be the sort of thing that when it got reported up and they were trying to say your name, the captain was like, had heard of that name before. Or knew enough about other regions to be able to like figure out what it was supposed to have been.
It's like, I've heard of the Reged Glacier or whatever. Then they just say unaccented.
Well, his band used to travel and do jobs for different things, so he may have been up there before. He might not have been exactly where you are, but he's probably
what's it?
He's probably done business up in that area, like
Icewind Dale or whatever. Isn't that where Dritz hangs out? What is his place? Is it Icewind Dale?
Cities? Was it called the 10 Cities?
Is it?
I never read those books. I mean, Icewind Dale's up there somewhere.
Yeah, well, I don't remember if Icewind Dale is the town that he hangs out or if that's just the entire region. I bet if I Google Dritz Duarden, I'd find out way more information about Dritz than I ever want to know.
Yeah, it looks like Icewind Dale is just an area.
Okay.
I'm seeing.
Speaking of Icewind Dale, though, your combats do seem easier than the early 2000s Icewind Dale and the Infinity Engine. That game was hard.
You said my combats seem easier?
Yeah, but the Icewind Dale combats were fucking ridiculous. That game was cheap as hell.
I never played Icewind Dale because they said it was like all combat, and I never even
Yeah,
finished.
almost all combat. There's
I
very
never
little
finished
plot,
Baldur's
almost no
Gate 2,
side
and I liked it. But I'm like, if it was just all fighting, I don't think I, you know.
I mean, you'd probably like it better than the whatever the newer version of Temple of Elemental Evil was. That one was a bit of a disaster.
I actually
Oh, you can
they
even,
patched that
I
thing
don't
up.
even buy that one anymore.
They patched that thing up a lot, and I actually played that and put a lot of time into it. But I think what fueled that a bit though was Temple of Elemental Evil was me and my friend's favorite module from the 80s. It was like the first big module we ever played. And so we had I had a lot of fond memories of playing that with my friend. And when I got a version of Temple of Elemental Evil that worked, like I bought it when it came out and it was garbage and I couldn't play it. And I just didn't get far into it. But the community is made all like the Circle of 8 patch, I think it's called. And they've fixed it up. It's stable. It works. They've like fixed balance issues and all sorts of stuff. And it's actually a pretty good game. It's still like, it's a hard game. And it is become like a huge dungeon crawl once you get past a certain point. But that's, that's the design of the game. But yeah, I'd say if you tried it when it first came out and you didn't like it because it was like kind of broken, it could be worth revisiting. If you didn't like it because it's a huge dungeon crawl, then it still is that.
I mean, if you don't mind a large dungeon crawl, what's your problem with Icewind Dale? Get the enhanced edition. I think that's often on sale for $5.
Well,
I'm thinking about picking it up
like
at
I
some
said,
point.
Temple of Elemental Evil was like a huge nostalgia hit for me, and Icewind Dale isn't. It's just like, oh, it's just this, So I think I had a lot more based on the nostalgia momentum. I had a lot more interest in Temple of Elemental Evil.
So is that I don't think I've heard of the Temple of Elemental Evil game. I mean, I've heard of it as a module. I didn't know it was a game.
Yeah, it's by Troika Studios. They're the same ones that did Vampire the Masquerade, and there was one other. They came out with 3 games. All of them came out rushed and broken as hell, and all 3 of them are attained like cult status and have a fanatical following now.
I still never played Vampire the Masquerade, but I think my friend gave it to me and said like if you get the
You have to
the
mod
patch,
it up to make it work. Yeah, you got to patch
it ends up being pretty good.
What was the other one's called? Like Steamworks, Arcana,
That game was great, but
Arcana.
that game was like Magic Obscura. Yeah.
That's the same. That's the other one they made.
That thing's great, but that game's so hard to get started. Like that's like makes the first battle we have in this campaign look like a joke for like the first 5 levels. The only way I could ever get anywhere in that game was being like a ranged thrown attacker, which was just bizarrely overpowered. Like trying to be like a melee character, everything just slaughters you because you can't take any hits.
Yeah, Nick, actually, you might, if you were comfortable patching and stuff, you might like Temple of Elemental Evil. It's $5.99 regular price. But
is that what it's called on Steam?
It's not. I don't think it's on Steam. It's on Good Old Games.
Oh, okay. Then I probably wouldn't track it down.
Oh, right, because you don't like having games sort of across different.
Except I forget what I have, and
yeah,
I never keep track of everything.
Yeah, I've sort of gotten used to having a few across. To me, it's almost fun where I'll be like, "Oh, let me look at Good Old Games," and there'll be games I forgot that I had, and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I should play that."
So apparently, there's a Fantasy Grounds Icewind Dale portrait pack, so you could have portraits from people from Icewind Dale.
Well, what you could also do is you can just look those up on Google and import them into Fantasy Grounds, like I did with your characters. But no, I mean that's cool. If you don't want to hunt it down and it's not expensive.
I was just seeing what came up for Icewind Dale because there is the enhanced edition on Steam.
But Temple of Elemental Evil is a very accurate representation of D&D 3.5. it's very faithful.
Was it kind of like that Neverwinter Nights game that was essentially running 3-5?
Well, this one is like straight up turn based. It's got all like Neverwinter Nights was still like a real time with pause.
Oh, was it?
But like this, the Temple of that's the thing I liked about it too. Is it literally like I kind of gravitate more towards turn based stuff.
I prefer turn-based to the real time with pause.
And that's one of the things that I really like about Celasta's turn-based. The new Wrath of the Pathfinders have implemented turn-based modes that actually work, which is what really got my attention onto that series in the first place. Is when I found out they had like well-working turn-based modes. But Temple of Elemental Evil, it's not the best game, but I am going to stand by it. Like if it's properly patched, it's a very faithfully represented D&D experience. It's very much like playing actual Dungeons and Dragons. I never finished it, but I know once I got it. Well, that's me with most games.
Yeah.
So, like the best games ever made are sitting 30% complete in my library.
It's just like after talking about Eye of the Beholder and stuff too, I'm like, I wonder how hard it would be to run Eye of the Beholder on the computer. But then I think like I have the original XCOM games, and those never seem to run properly on no machines.
Well, if you get like from Steam, they're all set up to work. They run through DOSBox, and at least my experience with Pool of Radiance has been like, yeah, it does exactly what it's supposed to do. It works, and it's set up so you don't have to worry about like how to install. Like, how do I install DOSBox and all that stuff?
Okay.
You just install it and it works, and it's kind of rough, but it works. Like you saw, I had to play it in a window on my desktop, sort of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine those games are going to be kind of rough anyway, just because of the age of them.
Yeah, I sort of took a look at all of them, and I decided on Pool of Radiance is what I wanted. But yeah, those I think the Eye of the Beholder ones that turn off to me is those are real time fighting, and it sounds like it's like, oh really? Like I thought if it was like a 3D turn based type of thing, like oh that's kind of cool, but it sounds like it's like a real time like oh you have to like live action combat.
Yeah, it was kind of you would click the button and then it would go on cooldown. So you'd like click your fighter's button and it would be like hit, and then it would be on cooldown. Then you would hit like another frontline fighter and just kind of click through. And
there are a lot of games that are like that. Like what are those newer ones that came out in the last 10 years and they were pretty good. There were two of them. I can't remember what they're called. Anyways, that's how they were. Grimrock? What's that?
Legend of Grimrock?
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah.
Those were like that.
Yeah,
those games were super fun until they weren't.
I actually liked the first one, and then the second one was supposed to be like bigger, better, everything else. I think I got frustrated or something and just
I think I've got frustrated in both of them after like maybe 5 to 10 hours of play and just gave up. But I really enjoyed them at first. I thought they were amazing when I first started playing them.
Yeah, and I think they play kind of like how the Eye of the Beholder games used to be.
Yeah,
then you would just kind of
sounds very much like
through
that.
a dungeon like that.
Well, actually, like Ultima Underworld also is like a real time. That's not turn based, I think.
It's like if I remember right, you could pause it to cast spells and stuff too, because it was hard to cast spells in a sudden thing. But I don't remember. I think the thing I liked about Eye of the Beholder is like you would play the first game, and if you beat it, you would get like a save file that you could copy over to Eye of the Beholder 2, and you would have your party again with all their stuff, and you would technically be a higher level to start Eye of the Beholder 2 because you could earn more experience, and if you actually played Eye of the Beholder 1, maybe eke out 1 or 2 more levels and actually have some unique items that don't exist in Eye of the Beholder 2, but they'll carry over if you found them in the first one. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. Then the third game just sucked.
I'm just looking at the chat right now. Like, yeah, it looks like James Baker showed up like an hour and a half ago, and that was the end of. That was the end
I
of
feel
people.
like smiling it since we stopped playing. I got to admit.
Well, the last thing was he said oats and hose, which makes me think it was when you guys were being fed oats.
Yeah. You got to get that Step Brothers reference in there.
Oats and hose, and then I'm not sure what triggered him to say Dayman.
I think it was the Night Watch fighter of the Dayman, maybe.
Oh,
Maybe. It's a stretch, but so is Oats and Hose.
Well, if I'd been watching chat, I'm sure I would have been able to guess the context. But yeah,
yes, surely.
I think I'm trying to remember when it came in, and I think that's about the time it came in. You might have called them the Nightmen. At this point, the Nightmen come in.
Oh, like the people watching the jail for the night.
Yeah, when the guards
right.
came in, they were the Nightmen.
Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. The Nightmen. Yeah.
You take over.
They had
to
pay the troll toll to get in.
They're not getting into. They're not getting into this boy's hole.
No, it's boy's soul.
Oh, okay.
Boys. It sounds like you're saying hole. It's soul, boy's soul.
And I've still never seen that show, nor do I intend to. But I at least know that bit.
It's not an automatic win for everybody, that show. Comedy's like that.
I kind of have trouble watching shows where everyone's like an irredeemable, horrible person.
I have a problem watching any shows where everybody's not a horrible, irredeemable person. That's what I'm looking for.
Well, for me, for some reason, Always Sunny, though, and maybe this is completely despite the intentions of the creators, I find something endearing about how flawed they are. And like the way that they're dumb and the way that they see the world, it just seems like, I don't know. There's a certain consistency to it. It's like a simplicity to the characters they are.
See, it's like, whereas I like Arrested Development because most of those people are awful, but I don't know, they're redeemable somehow in some senses.
Well, these guys, they all take turns playing the straight man. So usually there's somebody who's acting crazy, and then one or two other people who are reacting to them like completely reasonably, like, "What, are you crazy? That's messed up." But so they're still, but then that person has got a ton of shit wrong with them too. It's just different shit. But yeah, and that's the same thing. Like Amanda has, I think, never watched a whole episode, and if she's in a room where I have one playing, she'll just walk out because it just annoys her. Because she's just like, they're just terrible people saying terrible things. Like, all right, that's fair. It's not inaccurate. But come on, the implication, that's hilarious. Fucked up though.
The implication, is that a reference to something?
Yeah, it's about going on a little boat trip.
That's the one guy who's, as the seasons go on, becomes more and more hints that he's like a serial killer.
Hmm.
So there's a whole.
He wants to take people on boat trips and they never come back from.
Well, they bought a boat. Like they chipped in and bought this like piece of crap boat, and then they get on all like, yeah, we're boat people, like yacht people now, and he's got like the sweater over his shoulder, like they're getting their yacht stuff and planning like what they're gonna do with this is like really dumpy looking little houseboat, but they're like, oh yeah, it's our sweet yacht. And so this guy Dennis, his whole plan is like, oh yeah, we're gonna pick up some ladies, we're gonna take him out on the boat, we'll go out to sea, have a little bit of wine, and then we make our moves, and they're not gonna say no because they're gonna be like, wow, I'm out in the middle of here nowhere, no one would hear me scream. And then his friend's like, wait, what do you mean they're not gonna say no? Are they in danger? And he's like, no, they're not in danger. He's just like, but by the situation, it's the implication of danger. They'd never say no because of the implication. And then the guy's like, well, I was on board until the part, that last part. But I don't, and he's like, well, obviously you're not getting it. The women are never in any danger. I would never harm these women. They're never in any danger. Just the implication of danger. And he gets this like really shady look on his face when he says, every time he says implication, he gets this like really like screwed up look on his face. Yeah, it's good times.
Funny show about horrible people.
Well, it is 10, and now I'm getting hungry again. So,
Well, you better have some Huel.
I could have some Huel, or I could have some Wheat Thins and Cheese Whiz.
No. I think that has things other than your bare needs as a person. You need to get some Huel in your system. Get that grit. Get the grain.
Get that grit. The new flavors I got are really good. I got the spicy Cajun pasta, and the chicken and mushrooms. There's no grit.
I don't believe you when you say that, and I sincerely hope that you're lying.
No, it's good. It's really good.
I know you're lying when you say it's good, but there might be less grit and grain. I grant that.
I have a feeling that if you take a spoonful of Huel and were to put it into a bowl, it would make a slop sound effect.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what the sound it would make.
So I don't think I want to eat your slop.
It's basically these pasta. The last two pastas have the consistency of like a pasta Alfredo with different flavorings. So pasta Alfredo probably makes that sound too, but fettuccine Alfredo.
I guess you're not wrong.
I
mean, a lot of things make that slop sound. I mean, even Jello Jello and like pudding and stuff will make slop sound.
I'm just saying it's not just because they make a slop sound. It doesn't automatically mean they're disgusting. I mean, you may still, if you had the actual Huel I'm talking about, you may still think it's disgusting if you had it.
And slop could be good. It's just a matter of like you're going through like the line or whatever, and you're holding like your little tray, and then the person takes that like spoonful of like and just slops it on your tray.
Yeah, just picturing like every prison movie ever. Where there's like maybe a bug crawling off the side.
And just slop. I'm like, oh, wonderful.
And those scenes always made me very hungry. I was always like, oh. When they look at the food and they're like, I can't eat this. I'm always like, man, I'd eat that. It's good. Got a little biscuit, something on the side. It's good.
Man, look at that human fuel. I hope one day I'm able to eat something like that.
And then my dreams have come true. I got bags and bags of stuff that all I get to do is add boiling water, and I have nutritionally complete meals, and they're getting better at making them less grainy and gritty. So, yeah.
Hey, are they nutritionally complete or nutritionally sufficient?
Well, they're meant to be able to stand in for meals, like complete meals. So, yeah, I guess I don't know what you mean, but what's the difference between complete and sufficient?
Like complete, it's like, I don't know, when you complete a meal, you're like, oh, that's nice. Whereas like you eat something and it's just like, it works. I'm not hungry anymore. It's sufficient.
It could sort of be either way. I mean, that's the thing about them having a bunch of different flavors is like they're actually enjoyable to eat, but not everyone would enjoy them depending on what the flavors are. Because, like their mac and cheese feels like mac and cheese, but it doesn't taste like mac and cheese because it's like vegan. So I don't know if you ever had like vegan mac and cheese, but it's sort of the same thing happens where you're eating it and you're like, this is sort of like satisfying like eating mac and cheese, but my taste buds are confused and I'm not convinced. Sort of thing.
You can taste the vegan, but you're okay with it.
Well, yeah, then it's just stuff like you add Tabasco sauce or you have something else, or like I was mixing one. I have another flavor called tomato and herbs, and I mix those up, and it almost then seems like sometimes I'd have like pasta, marinara, but you add like sour cream and mix it up and it gets all creamy, and that's something that I've sought out before. It's like, oh, that's tasty, and so then you mix a couple of the Huels, and then it's kind of a little bit like that. Like I just fooled myself, and I think it's something else that I like. But all right, I'm gonna go.
Enjoy your Huel.
Okay.
But thanks
guys.
Thanks for a good game. Had a good time.
It was fun.
We'll figure out when the next one's gonna happen.
Talk to Ethan and stuff and your wife and figure out when we can do the next one. They're the difficult ones.
Yeah, I think as long as you give Joss enough time ahead of
Yeah,
time,
as long as
we
he's
can.
got some lead, he'll be able to get himself free usually.
I'm trying to think. When is Mother's Day?
Nobody knows.
That's this month,
On the
right?
lunar
Well,
calendar.
I think that's
it's
next
May,
month.
right?
I mean, it is generally in June, isn't it? Or is it in May?
Mother's Day is in May, and then Father's
It's
Day
Sunday.
is in June.
Mother's Day is Sunday, May 8th.
May 8th. Okay. So that's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Like the next time I'm probably available is the 7th. But anyone who's married and has kids,
Mother's Day's on Sunday, right?
yeah, but sometimes Mother's
not
Day,
Mother's 2 Day.
sometimes they'll do things for like a whole weekend for Mother's Day.
Oh,
If they go away for the weekend or something.
Or
they
they'll
have
go.
kids and all
They'll
that.
go to
I
grandma's.
can tell you, Ethan's not
They'll-
going on a bunch of nice trips right now.
No, but just stuff like we're gonna go to grandma's house for the weekend because grandma's my mom and your
I will
mom
look
is your
into it. I'm
mom.
not sure that the Saturday Mother's Day thing is real, but I also don't understand these issues, so I don't let it get this family's thing. So.
Well, I guess we'll see you again on Thursday.
Yep, you take it to the bank.
I'm
Maybe-
already taking it to the bank because I want to be oh wait, I'm not allowed out of the apartment. I'm going to take this to the e-bank and talk to customer service about
all I
the
can
Gaming
say
Warriors
is-
Thursday.
It's been pretty reliable. I've been very good about.
You
making
have
my
been, Will. You haven't skipped out on any for quite a while.
I don't know if
think
I've skipped a
maybe
Thursday
say
this
that
year
Thursday
yet.
guarantees influence your behavior.
Have I missed a
If-
Thursday in 2022?
You
I
might
don't think
have
so.
you might have missed one, but I don't remember.
You've done really well. I've been impressed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Been trying.
you've been more reliable than me because I think I've fallen asleep during like 2 of your streams this year.
Jazz is back in the chat. Good night, Jazz. I'm going to stream later if you want to hang out, like probably an afternoon stream, so you'll be awake, I think.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you later, and I'm gonna shut off the stream. So, people watching, thank you for joining us, and thank you for hanging out. And at this point, probably being asleep while we talk. And
Night, everybody.
night,